communication in an alternative format due to disability. Please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
We ready? All right. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is exactly 10 a.m. Today is May 18th, 2022. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman, Commissioner Bob Ellis, Commissioner Lee Morris,
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall,
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. Bless now those who are gathered for this meeting. Bless our leaders. Give them your strength and direction. We thank you for all good and blessed things. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0337, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have items to be removed from the consent agenda. The first item on page 6 is to be removed. It may be brought back at a later date.
Which item?
On page 6, 22-0355, Juvenile Court. Request approval to extend an existing contract with Chris 180. That one will be moved altogether.
Okay.
And we have 3 items that are going to be removed for separate consideration as requested by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. The first item is on page 4, under Health and Human Services, 22-0346, Public Works. Request approval of a change order less than 10% for the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility Expansion Project. 22-0347, Senior Services. Request approval to increase spending authority to provide congregate meals and nutrition education. And the last one is on page 5, 22-0354, Juvenile Court. Request approval to award a contract without competition to provide implementation of data collection and reporting updates to the Fulton County Juvenile Court's case management system.
Okay, any others, commissioners? Okay. All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. A motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, excuse me, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, recess meeting agenda, 22-0356, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be revised. It is on page 6, proclamations and certificates, 22-0358. Commissioner Hall has requested to add a proclamation recognizing Asian Americans Advancing Justice Appreciation Day And we're removing the proclamation for Reverend Dr. Gerald Durley Appreciation Day.
Okay, anything else? Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the three items that were removed from the consent agenda, starting on page 4, I would request that those be heard after item 0 on page 8, 220368, since those would be,
On page 8, after,
that the items removed from the consent agenda would be heard after 0368.
okay. Anything else? All right, just an observation. On page 9, there are 3 items actually that seem to be more like proclamations than resolutions. 0371, 0372, and 0373. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, is there a reason why these are as legislation versus proclamations?
The reason they were done that way was because of the subject matter of all 3. Anyone can look at the news recently, and also being a mother of a veteran and family full of veterans, I think that the way that it was put was appropriate in observance of Memorial Day. And so that's why it was put as that, as opposed to a proclamation.
Okay, no objection to that, but what I would ask, though, as we're reviewing the way we proceed, I think we need to take a look at resolutions versus proclamations. There's nothing, this has been done before, but it may be that we will treat all proclamations as resolutions and
Well, with all due respect, Chairman, I noticed that every time we have proclamations, you want us to speed them up. You don't like the amount of proclamations that we are doing. So out of respect for you, that's why I didn't put a lot of proclamations in, because you don't like a lot of proclamations. So I have no problem, duly noted, moving forward. But that's why it was a determination to do it this way, as opposed to spending an hour and a half on proclamations.
so noted. All right, let's approve the agenda as amended. Let's vote, please. The motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue.
22-0357, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, April 20th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, May 4th, 2022.
All right, go ahead. That's your question.
I'm sorry, I had a question on the last item that we were just discussing. I would like to ask the county manager if you could just give us, the county attorney, if you could just give us, clear up what is a resolution and what it does as it compares to a proclamation, so that everyone can understand.
A proclamation is a ceremonial recognition that has been extended to recognize a community member or an issue by the commissioners. Legislation takes action by the governing body. In this instance, these 3 resolutions are technically legislation, but they don't do a lot more than the proclamation, in that it is recognizing the community member or event. So functionally, it appears to be in the nature of a proclamation, but it is brought through the vehicle of a resolution.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, County Attorney, am I in violation of anything in bringing that forward? I would like your opinion
No,
on that?
No, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, I was not
Okay,
intending
that's,
to
you said
imply
no.
that.
That's
It's not
fine.
prohibited to do
You
this
answered the
way.
question, you said no. Thank you, I don't need anything additional.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we need a second on the motion to ratify the minutes.
All right, is there a second? All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0358, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Certified Public Managers Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, 30 minutes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 6.
Can you, okay, there we go. All right. Come on down, everyone. Hey, how you doing? Good. Hello, hello. Good, good. How you doing? Come on down to the other side. Let's kind of balance it off. All right. Are we good? All right. Well, tip on over here. Oh, it is an honor to present this proclamation because when Kenneth Herman and the County Manager Dick Anderson came together with this idea to bring the Certified Public Managers training to Fulton County, at that time I was the Chief of Staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner. And immediately my boss said, you absolutely must do this program. And I was so happy to do it. And so it is an honor as a commissioner to have this certification and be able to represent such an outstanding group of employees that actually go through this program as well. And to show that this CPM certification can really take you far. It can really help you a lot in your career. And so the proclamation reads, whereas Fulton County government entered into a memorandum of agreement with the University of Georgia, Carl Vinson Institute of Government to offer the Certified Public Manager CPM program to managers and supervisors within Fulton County. And whereas the University of Georgia is the only organization within the state of Georgia authorized by the National CPM Consortium to offer the CPM program and Fulton County's CPM class of 2022, it's the 6th class in Fulton County to receive the CPM certification. And whereas the CPM class cohort K focuses on those less fortunate homeless citizens and residents of extended stay hotels experiencing hardships, selected 3 Fulton County extended stay hotels, 80 families, to receive health, hygiene care packages and food items, and distributed the care packages and food items to each location with encouraging notes included and the CPM class cohort L, wanting to provide teachers with the necessary tools and supplies needed to perform their everyday duties in the classroom, identified one school in each Board of Commissioners district having the greatest need for supply donations, collecting approximately 1,000 supplies, and cohort L was able to deliver 6 to 8 boxes of supplies to each school. And whereas the CPM class has completed 300 hours of coursework in 9 months, dedicating 3 full consecutive days per month to attending classes, completing out-of-class homework and academic studies, and giving back to the community of their time, talents, and intellectual capital. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County congratulates the CPM class of 2022 for successfully completing their requirements to receive their professional certifications as certified public managers, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 as Fulton County Certified Public Managers Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll say a few words before the President say something. Good morning, I'm Kenneth L. Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officer. And as Commissioner Hall indicated, the CPM program is the hallmark employee development program, getting you ready for that next level of managerial experience within the county. But it doesn't happen by itself or in isolation or overnight, so I have to express thank you to the Board of Commissioners for funding the program and allowing it to continue to grow, the county manager for embracing it, UGA, our partners in crime, and I push them every day to try and get more individuals into the cohorts, my employee development team for working with you guys and getting your reimbursements. You're getting the reimbursements done right now, right? The mileage reimbursements? Good. That was part of the graduation criteria. But I'd like to share some quick statistics. Commissioner Hall said in the proclamation that this is the 6th year. We've graduated now close to 300 managers from the program, or budding managers from the program. We have a 98% graduation rate, 85% retention rate after graduation, meaning that those individuals who've graduated are still here with the county in other notable positions. And we've invested about $1.4 million in the whole event over the 6 years. The only statistic that I've been unable to quantify, and hopefully Hakeem and Sharon will be able to help me with that, is the contributions that those 300 plus graduates have made to the community, and I think it's immeasurable what those contributions have been. And in looking at the surveys that we get back, and this is a note just for the current class, the future class, communication. Communication has always been the hallmark as to what are the things that they're taking away from the training program. Being able to clearly communicate their thoughts, their ideas, not only with the cohorts that they are part of, but with their employees when they go back into their work environment. So for the future class that is getting ready to enroll, all of you guys, communicate. It's the key to success. And let me welcome the presidents to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Kelly. I'm the president of Cohort K. And it was certainly my honor and pleasure to get to know all of you all and to grow and to learn and to become better employees and better public servants with the cohorts and everyone that was on my team. I would say that, our employees are the lifeblood of Fulton County. And so to have an organization that truly understands that and continues to invest in its employees to make us better really speaks to how big of a deal that Fulton County is. A quick story that there was a CEO and a CFO speaking, and the CFO said to the CEO, well, what if we invest in our employees and they leave us? And the CEO responds, well, what if we don't and they stay? And so the thing that I want to say is that we have some of the most talented, amazing employees in Fulton County. And just growing with you all, it's more like family. And I feel like we've become family, overcoming those challenges and being able to talk to a lot of the issues that we were having and learning how to overcome them successfully. So thank you so much. Thank you to the Board of Commissioners for this. Thank you to the Carl Vincent Institute, to our amazing professor, Miss Marcia Campbell, thank you. Dr. Campbell, and we're just grateful to have been a part of this. So thank you all.
My name is Mike Carlson, and I serve as an Executive District Attorney for Madam District Attorney Fonnie Willis. And on behalf of Fulton County Cohort L, please allow me to express our deep appreciation to Fulton County, the Board of Commissioners, our department heads, the University of Georgia, and the people of Fulton County for allowing us the opportunity to be part of University of Georgia's Certified Public Manager program. Unified by our sense of commitment and desire to improve, the members of Fulton County Cohort L have spent months together in this highly informative course. As part of the program, we learned important lessons in leadership to include process improvement, collaboration, and even self-awareness. Our classwork with Dr. Marcy Campbell, as well as our other faculty, certainly taught us much in these areas and far more. We have valued our time with them, both in and out of class. At the same time, the members of Cohort L received an additional benefit, that of learning from each other by exchanging ideas and perspectives from our fellow classmates. Like so many in Fulton County, we shared wide-ranging backgrounds, both professionally and personally, and our educational experience was enriched by the opportunity to gain from that diversity and make new friendships. The members of Fulton County Cohort L are confident that with the knowledge gained for this program in hand, we will be able to better serve our departments, the people of Fulton County, and the public at large. Once again, we would like to express our appreciation to Fulton County, our Board of Commissioners, the University of Georgia, and all of those in Fulton County leadership for making the Certified Public Manager program available to us. We are thankful for having been part of it, and now look forward to bringing what we've learned to the people we serve. Thank you.
That's under 26.
The next proclamation is recognizing Inman Park Neighborhood Association Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Hey there. So good to see you. You too. That's all right. I know. Yes, good, good, good. I was trying to wait for them to. Yeah. Tell her to sound the next proclamation.
The next proclamation is recognizing Inman Park Neighborhood Association Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right. All right. It is an honor to respect. All right. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation in appreciation of Inman Park Neighborhood Association. And the proclamation reads, whereas Inman Park is Atlanta's first planned residential suburb, as well as its first electric trolley neighborhood built upon the wrecked land of Atlanta's Civil War battlefield, 2 miles east of downtown Atlanta. And whereas in 1970, the first Inman Park Neighborhood Association was formed, and in 1973, the neighborhood was added to the National Register of Historic Places. And whereas almost all of the houses have been restored to their former glory, and the parks scattered throughout the neighborhood are well-maintained green spaces. And whereas the Inman Park Neighborhood Association continues to fight for the betterment of the neighborhood, mostly financed by a 3-day annual festival that brings thousands to Inman Park for food, music, and a tour of the historic homes. And whereas the original Inman Park neighborhood, along with a few adjacent Victorian developments, is now part of the Inman Park Historic District, whose mission is to preserve the historic physical pattern, the architectural history, and the historic diversity of housing in the district. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Inman Park Neighborhood Association for its commitment to the preservation of one of Fulton County's most historic neighborhoods, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 as Inman Park Neighborhood Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And it was a great honor to attend your parade.
Thank you, everyone, for this honor. Inman Park, I am Christy Lenz. I'm Inman Park Neighborhood Association President. This festival is a huge deal in our neighborhood. We have, just tens of thousands of people who come out, but it takes so many volunteers. It is a fully volunteer-run festival. We have 40 people year-round that plan this festival, fully volunteer, and then we have 8,000 two-hour volunteer shifts we have to fill over the 3 days to make this festival happen. It is a truly community-driven event. It is something that we love to do. We love to invite people into our neighborhood to see how it has grown and changed since being blighted in the 70s to where it is now. And so we thank you for this recognition and this honor. Please come out to festival again next year.
The next proclamation is recognizing Morris Brown College Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down. Hi, good morning to you. It's an honor to present this proclamation to you because I know all of the hard work that you have put into Morris Brown College, and I'm going to let you speak on that after we present this. Whereas Morris Brown College was founded on Christian principles in 1881 by the African Methodist Episcopal Church and is chartered by the state of Georgia as a private, coeducational liberal arts college engaged in teaching, research, and public services in the arts, humanities, social and natural sciences, and professional programs. And whereas the mission of Morris Brown College is to provide educational opportunities in a positive and nurturing environment that will enable its students to become fully functional persons in our global society. And whereas President and CEO of Morris Brown College, Dr. Kevin James, made history by leading Morris Brown College to become the first HBCU to regain its accreditation after a nearly 20-year hiatus by building a strategy around academic strength, governance, financial solvency, alumni, partnership, and community engagement. And as President, Dr. James stabilized finances, increased funding, expanded and revised academic offerings, successfully guided the institution through TRACS accreditation, and led the college in reaching record-breaking enrollment during a global pandemic. And whereas Dr. James was named 2021 College President of the Year by the Georgia Greater Black Chamber of Commerce, one of Atlanta's most powerful leaders by Atlanta Magazine, Mentor of the Year for 100 Black Men of Atlanta Incorporated, and under his leadership, Morris Brown College has been completely transformed and revitalized. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Dr. Kevin James and Morris Brown College for regaining the school's accreditation and continuing the legacy of excellence that has enriched the lives of countless students, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 as Morris Brown College Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Well, good morning to everyone. I am so honored to be here today. I'm so honored to have been named the 19th president of Morris Brown College. A lot of people told me that I was absolutely crazy for attempting to do something that had never been done in history. No HBCU had ever come back after a 20-year hiatus, $35 million bankruptcy, $9.5 million to the U.S. Department of Ed, $4.2 million to the AME Church, the loss of land, the loss of our accreditation. We literally went from 3,000 students to 50 students overnight. But I am here to say today that dry bones can live again, and Morris Brown College is back. Thank you. Thank you. Having earned our accreditation, we have proven to everyone that we have met all the standards set forth by the United States Department of Education, that Morris Brown is an institution of quality. We are back. We're looking to enroll a few hundred students for this fall, and we are so excited to be the most affordable HBCU in the city of Atlanta as we continue to educate the future minds that are going to lead Fulton County, the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, this region, and this country. Thank you all so much for this honor today, and Morris Brown College is back, and the best is yet to come. Thank you so much.
If you don't mind, I just want to say a few words. One, Morris Brown College was found in Big Bethel AME basement, a church that I am 4 generations deep. My youngest child was Miss Morris Brown, 2015. And also I would like Walter Jordan to stand up, who is now a student at Morris Brown College. This is a college and an institution that's in the fabric, and thank you.
Well, come back down, Walter.
The next proclamation is recognizing Slush Restaurant
Daphne.
Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Oh, you got the whole team here. Well, it just so happens that Mr. Walter Jordan is also one of the owners of a magnificent, fun restaurant and lounge called Slush, and it is an honor to present this proclamation to you at our Board of Commissioners meeting. Whereas Slush is a Black-owned tapas bar that opened its doors for business in April of 2021 in the heart of downtown Atlanta's historic Old Fourth Ward district. And whereas Slush is a full-service restaurant and casual tapas bar with 3 bars that each have a distinct offering for customers to indulge in frozen craft and draft cocktails. And whereas Slush is a 7,000 square foot space that also hosts a variety of events, including corporate meetings, private parties, wedding rehearsal dinners, and other celebrations. And Slush is the first restaurant in Atlanta to be protected with the AFCO air purifier, lights and filter system, and HVAC, which reduces odors, kills volatile organic compounds, and biological contaminants such as mold, bacteria, viruses, and allergies in indoor air. And whereas Slush is owned by Walter L. Jordan, Kenya Amos, and Dashamika Smith, all with many years in the restaurant, finance, and banking industries. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Slush for their impactful addition to Atlanta's historic Old Fourth Ward District and celebrates with them on the occasions of their first anniversary, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, April 21st, 2022 as Slush Restaurant Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And congratulations on making it through the pandemic. Yes, congratulations.
Commissioner Natalie Hall, thank you all all the other commissioners. It's an honor to be here today. I'm a native Atlantan, been here all my life. So it's just been a long journey to finally have my own restaurant. I'm known in Atlanta for opening restaurants for other people, but it was a blessing when this opportunity came to me and my business partners. We just want to thank Atlanta for record sales during the pandemic. If anyone says it can't be done, I'll beg to differ, because it's been an amazing journey during the pandemic. My wife and I traveled the world, and we were in Los Cabos. When we were in Los Cabos, my wife is a studier. She studies everything, why people are doing things. And there, during the pandemic, everything that they provided for us during the pandemic at our hotel, at the restaurants, she came back and implemented at Slush. And so we were the first in Atlanta to have, as Commissioner Natalie Hall said, the air purification system. And one of the biggest reasons for having it was it kills the coronavirus. So we were able to make our staff, first of all, as well as our customers, feel safe in the restaurant. So I just want to thank you guys again. It's an honor to be here. And please come visit Slush, 327 Edgewood Avenue. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Asian Americans Advancing Justice Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Peggy, come on down. Hi, how are you? I want to first, I want to thank my colleagues for allowing this to be added to today's proclamations, because it's important that we stand against hate on all levels, and racism on all levels. And so it is definitely an honor to present this proclamation. Whereas Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta is the first legal advocacy organization dedicated to protecting the civil rights of Asian Americans Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in Georgia and the Southeast. And whereas founded in 2010 as the Asian American Legal Advocacy Center, the organization became part of the Asian Americans Advancing Justice affiliation in 2014 and has since reorganized its focus areas into 4 program areas: policy advocacy, organizing and civic engagement, impact litigation, and legal services. And whereas Advancing Justice Atlanta grew significantly between 2014 and present day with a re-energized focus on building cross-racial solidarity and service to all immigrants and people of color. And whereas Advancing Justice Atlanta led efforts in the aftermath of the March 2021 Atlanta spa shootings, meeting the initial needs of the survivors and their families, including securing access to free counseling services and issuing emergency payments to help with immediate expenses such as medical fees and rent, and also fundraise for and disperse the 316 Survivors Fund for the long-term needs of survivors and their families. And whereas the month of May is also Asian Pacific American History Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese people to the United States on May 7th, 1863, and celebrate the history and contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. And now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta for their tireless work to ensure that communities of color are fully empowered, active in civic life, and working together to promote equity, fair treatment, and self-determination for all Asian Americans and immigrants in the state of Georgia and the southeastern United States, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 as Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are so grateful for the support and the recognition. We're just so honored to be able to be in service to the communities here in Georgia, not just AAPI communities, but all immigrant communities and communities of color here in the Southeast. Our programs include direct legal services for new immigrants seeking naturalization, civic engagement programs that work in language with communities, speaking the AAPI languages of choice and Spanish here throughout the Metro Atlanta area. And we also have a policy advocacy program that works directly with legislators to try to advance more pro-immigrant and pro-AAPI policies. So with all of that work, we're so grateful for your support. We couldn't do it without the support. So thank you again.
The last proclamation is recognizing Public Works Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Good morning, good morning. Appreciate you all serving. Got everyone? All right. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas National Public Works Week is a week-long reminder of the many ways the Fulton County Department of Public Works provides the basic foundation of our day-to-day comfort, including roadways, traffic control, sidewalks, airport, sewer, and stormwater management. Whereas this year's theme, Ready and Resilient, recognizes that there would be no community without the quality of life public works provides, and spotlights the responsiveness and key role all employees play in the planning, building, and maintenance of infrastructure projects and servicely collectively known as public works. And whereas Fulton County's Department of Public Works maintains sanitary sewer and water distribution systems, provides stormwater management services, provides water and pollution prevention education to residents, businesses, schools, and communities, maintains county roads, traffic signals, and provides oversight for the tenants at the Fulton County Airport Brownfield, and ensures the maintenance of all access roads, runways, ramps, hangars, and parking lots at the facility. And whereas Public Works provides critical response capabilities, experience, and support for 24 hours a day and 365 days a year, and is committed to delivering great services to our community. And whereas the Fulton County Department of Public Works is considered one of the most premier agencies in the state of Georgia and have dedicated staff and facilities that are constantly and consistently award-winning. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes and commends the Department of Public Works for their continued dedication and public service to Fulton County, and hereby proclaims the week of May 16th through May 20th as Public Works Week 2022 in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works, and it certainly is my honor to acknowledge this proclamation, but more importantly, share it with the staff that we have in Public Works. We have about 250 employees altogether in Public Works that work, as the proclamation says, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We always like to think that if we're doing our job right, you don't know that we exist, and a lot of times that is true, but it is nice to reflect once a year during Public Works Week and acknowledge what we do on a day-to-day basis for everybody throughout North and South Fulton County. So on that, I certainly appreciate the recognition from the commissioners, and I appreciate working with this fine staff of Public Works individuals every single day. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 22-0359, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we do not have any speakers today in Assembly Hall. We have 6 Zoom speakers and 2 emailed in comments.
Okay, it's 10:49.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Carlita Felton.
I am Carlita Felton. I am the second vice president of the Enon Pines Homeowners Association. We have been trying for quite a while to get action on our storm water detention ponds that are dilapidated. I believe that was perhaps item number 22-0259. But unlike our North Fulton occupants, we have not been able to get repair work, cleanup done on the ponds. So what is it that we need to do to get the same results as the northern part of the county?
Okay, the next person to speak is Matt Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to share with you this morning some issues that have occurred already in early voting, and we heard a couple of those in the last meeting from you all, the board itself. The first one being voters receiving incorrect ballots that Mr. Arrington experienced himself. ENET, the voter registration system, being down multiple times. Poor training of poll workers that aren't prepared to do their job and are not educated on the law. Workers that are not concerned about doing their job well, and some that are absolutely not qualified. How about this one? Poll managers that are preventing poll watchers from lawfully observing and notating their observations. I'll give you an example. We had a poll manager who actually put her hand over a machine seal so that the poll watcher could not write down the seal number. That is illegal. Scanners that are running extremely slow, these are advanced scanners. I'm sure you could do a comparison of how long it takes your scanner at home to scan a piece of paper compared to these advanced scanners. There's no logical explanation as to why they're this slow unless settings have been adjusted. Any technical person with knowledge would laugh at the response that the county gave as to why they're running this slow. Scanners are also being left powered on overnight, which is a divergence from protocol. To my knowledge, there is no other county in the state that is doing this. So again, why are we doing this? The explanation was that they run faster by leaving them on overnight. And any technical person would tell you, again, this is a laughable explanation. The culture of transparency and proficiency still has a long way to go, and action is needed. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Anifa Johnson. Anifa Johnson. The next person to speak is B. Rowe.
Yes, good morning. And I want to thank you for all that you're doing to keep our elections fair and free and to increase transparency. Perhaps you've heard of this. There's a documentary, it's named 2000 Mules, and it shows how ballot trafficking was done in several states, including Georgia, and specifically Fulton County. I had forwarded the link to the documentary. And I would encourage everyone in Fulton County who cares about elections and wants to strengthen the effectiveness of the elections and the fair voting of elections to watch it. And then also, I would like, if possible, to understand how ballot trafficking to this magnitude could be possible under the careful watch of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the careful watch of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections. And also, it would be nice to get the assurance and the demonstration that we will not see a repeat of this or any other crimes in our election process. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. In the middle of the month of May, when one goes to the county website, one will find no agenda for the May 13th meeting of the Commission on Elder Affairs, only the agenda for the month of April. On the 2022 schedule of meetings for the Commission on Elder Affairs, one will find no Commission on Elder Affairs meeting for the holiday month of December. They will be on hiatus. And yet, the mission statement of the Commission on Elder Affairs includes the wording, advocate for needed change and secure resources which enhance the quality of life for seniors. And so you COEA representatives of each of the 7 county commissioners and you COEA representatives of North Fulton and South Fulton Senior Services and you COEA representatives of the Council on Aging, I urge you to break free from the chains of the Office of Aging and speak out on behalf of the elderly of our county. Be true to your mission. Advocate, 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 then advocate some more.
All right, the last person to speak is Myrtle Bolden.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Myrtle Bolden, President of the Enum Pines Homeowners Association. I am a child of the 60s, but now I am not sitting at a lunch counter, but I am at a Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting, still pleading for equal rights and waiting to be served. In the last meeting, I listened and I heard over $1 million going to the North Fulton for improvements. In South Fulton, we simply need to have our detention ponds maintained as was promised. We have been trying to get an emergency maintenance resolution passed since March. It hasn't even been allowed to stay on the agenda to be put to a vote. Commissioners, I am asking you to please do the right thing and treat your citizens from the city of South Fulton fairly. Thank you for your attention.
And that concludes the Zoom comments.
All right, anyone at Service Centers?
The next comments, we have 2 for emailed in.
This is Tamara Seymour, and I'm writing to you today regarding my concerns for issues that have arisen in voting locations in Fulton County during advanced in-person voting that could lead to voter suppression. Below are just a few of my concerns. Early during advanced in-person voting, voters were given the incorrect ballot style. Therefore, those voters were prevented from voting for the proper candidates and races. What is lacking in your control procedures that allow such an error to occur in the systems? Can we see evidence that the systems have been corrected and such an error won't occur again? Poll worker training is inadequate. I have spoken with poll workers in Fulton County, and they feel that they and other workers were not adequately trained on the machines. In addition, for advanced in-person voting, the requirement that the poll workers report to work every day of early voting 7 days a week is unreasonable. Mistakes and errors will be made when the people are tired from working too many hours. For any runoff elections and the general election, I ask that you arrange your workers to report for duty 3 to 4 days per week. Also ensure that training is enhanced so that poll workers are confident in their ability to do the job. The power of the scanners are left on overnight. This makes them vulnerable. I understand that the reason for leaving them powered on is to help them to run faster the next day, but at this point, we know that does not help. It also does not make sense technically. Therefore, I ask that all scanners in Fulton County be powered off each night for the remainder of advanced in-person voting and in any runoff election and the general election. Today, I am asking you to address all these concerns immediately so that voters will have the confidence that our elections run smoothly and their votes are counted. The second comment is from Robin Ayers. I would like to address the multiple issues that have been witnessed within the 2022 early voting for the general primary that's currently being held. Elections only happen so often. This process should be much easier than what the powers that be have made it. Citizens deserve a clear and concise method of voting. We have witnessed across multiple counties where ballots have been incorrect. The equipment was either being extremely slow or not worked at all, not to mention the entire state ENET system being down multiple times. Taxpayers and citizens deserve more. Candidates deserve more. We must do better. We must train the poll workers to understand the systems and how to troubleshoot issues. I would love to see the return to the citizens of individual communities work their own elections and not have temp agencies hired where there is no commitment to the future of their communities. Lastly, poll managers obstructing poll watchers from doing their jobs needs to stop. PWs have the right to be there, and they, of course, need to watch what's happening because of what's being seen within 2,000 mules. This concludes the email comments.
Anything else, Madam Clerk?
No further
All right,
speakers.
continue, please.
Continuing on page 7, presentations to the board, 22-0360, MARTA quarterly briefing.
Mr. Greenwood? Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Now, who do you have with you? I see Ms. Mullinax. Who else?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to recognize we have our board members here, Frida Hardage and Al Pond in the audience. We have Melissa Mullinax and a cast of 7. But thousands in quality. So a number of us will be speaking to you this morning about the MARTA budget. And so we want to thank you for this opportunity. We're gonna, if there's a slide show, just say next slide, thank you. We're gonna take just a few minutes. I'll tell you exactly how we're gonna be as quick and concise as we can be in putting through the numbers and introducing them to you and then answering the questions that you have following. I'll do a brief introduction. We'll do 4 slides on the operating budget, 4 slides on the capital budget, and then Manjit Ranu will go through some Fulton specific highlights. So if I can go to the first slide, please. Basically oh yeah, we got the special effects slide, thank you. Okay, so in handing the baton to FY23, we want to recognize some of the successes of FY22. Some of them are, every one of these 4 pre-bullets you'll see there are successes that started in 22 or continued in 22 and will continue on in 23, and we'll get evidence of that in the budget. The economic challenges and the pandemic implications, the supply chain and the workforce deficits, we all widely acknowledge the effects of that. We're cautiously optimistic that they will soon stabilize, but in the meantime, and in their midst, MARTA did not rest. We know of the expansion of the electric bus fleet that took place on April 22nd. Those are 6 buses, 6 more buses coming with a Tiger grant for Summer Hill, and up to 48 more buses we hope to obtain through a low-no grant that will be finished by May 30th. So over the next 5 years, another 48 electric vehicles going into FY23 and beyond. We also supported our MARTA workforce. There's lots of evidence of that. Cost of living adjustments, hero payments, retention bonuses, lots of attention to recruitment and retention and development and value for the people that actually did the work that makes MARTA successful. In terms of College Park Station rehabilitation early work, that was evidenced. There was tile replacement, pavers, parking lot improvements, and of course that work will continue in 23. I also wanted to emphasize that MARTA will continue to embrace and energize our 4 strategic priorities as listed on the screen. Our operating budget will continue to responsibly return us to pre-pandemic service levels. You'll see an emphasis on station cleanliness in the budget, police support, and financial sustainability via judicious administration of budgets. When it comes to the capital program, the majority of our increase occurs here. There are headcount additions, There's restructuring, et cetera, to expedite the capital program. We have heard the concerns about our capacity to deliver in the past and will not be repeating that trend. And I will say that the capital program specifically targets the 15th Amendment, advancing 13 projects during FY23. Next slide, please. And before I ask Raj Srinath, our Chief Financial Officer, to come up and walk through the numbers, I just want to give you an update on the timeline there. So on last Friday, we did the board briefing and feedback, so detailed review of the budget with our board members. We had public hearings yesterday and the day prior, and the proposed budgets are being provided to each jurisdiction beginning yesterday. We will bring this back to the board committee presentation on May 26th and hope that the vote to adopt will be passed by our board on June 9th. So with that, Raj, I'd ask you to join us and walk through the next slide, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Raj Srinath. I'm the Chief Financial Officer with MARTA. Can you provide a brief summary of our fiscal year 23 proposed operating budget as well as the proposed capital budget? Next slide, please. For the proposed budget in fiscal year 23, MARTA plans to return to pre-pandemic service levels. If you look at the highlighted column on the right side, that's the proposed budget, and the service hours are approximately equal to the leftmost column, which is also highlighted, which is the 2019 service level, the last pre-pandemic full fiscal year. Next slide, please. This slide is a high-level overview of MARTA's revenues, operating revenues, and operating expenditures. As you can see from the blue columns, which are the revenues, and the red being the expenses, the last few years, operating revenues have exceeded the expenses, largely due to the influx of COVID relief funds from the federal government, more recently the American Rescue Plan funds. Next slide, please. I'll highlight three of the top revenues we receive for operations. The biggest source of revenue is the sales tax. That's about $321.4 million. The next, it's a combination of the American Rescue Plan and the federal assistance, which is the formula funds. Collectively, they provide about a little over $200 million. And the last third biggest source of revenue is the passenger revenue, about $67 million, which is approximately about $10 million more than fiscal year 22 budget. Next slide, please. And this is a breakdown of the different operating expenditures, and the top expenditure is the labor and associated fringe benefits with that, which make up roughly about 2/3 of our expenses, followed by the contractual services, which is our information technology, as well as some of the automatic fare collection and maintenance facilities expenses. And the third largest expense is the mobility or the paratransit contract, which is about $40 million. Next slide, please. I'm going to briefly talk through the capital budget now. If you can please go to the next slide. These are the sources and uses, and the bottom half of the slide is the capital expenditures. The total capital expenditures planned for fiscal year 23 are $717 million, broken down by state of good repair, which is for the state of good repair for the entire system. That's about $512 million. And the debt service on the bonds we have issued is approximately $145 million. And the MARTA City of Atlanta expenditures are projected to be $45.4 million. And the Clayton County MARTA projects are expected to cost about $14.5 million in fiscal year 23. And the sources of revenue are on the top. All sources combined are roughly about $1.1 billion. Next slide, please. These are the funding sources for our capital budget. Again, sales tax being the biggest contributor for the capital budget. About 43% of all of the expenditures come from sales tax. And followed by, we had some reserves, the surplus from the past 1 or 2 years that combined make up about $279 million. And the last one is the federal grants, which we expect to receive to the tune of about $84.5 million. Next slide, please. These are the expenditures. Again, the top three categories are the systems, which is about 91.7 million, and vehicles, I'm sorry, the first one was the vehicles, which is about 98, which is our procurement of rail cars and other non-revenue vehicles, and followed by the systems, which is about 91.7, and the facilities and the stations make up the biggest chunk of the expenses for 23. Next slide, please. These are the top 10 projects included in the fiscal year 23 budget. They make up about roughly 59% of our overall budget. I believe that concludes my presentation, and let me turn this over to Chief of Capital Programs, Manjit Ranu, who will go through the Fulton County capital projects.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts, members of the Commission. Manjit Ranu, Chief of Capital Programs Expansion and Innovation for MARTA. Next slide, please. And just going to give you some highlights of specific projects within Fulton County. Next slide. There it is. So we have a new category this year in our capital budget called Policy, Innovation, and Administration. And this enables us to develop the tools as well as to comprehensively think about and guide our capital program. A new initiative for this year is Safe Routes to Transit, and this is looking at how we can provide infrastructure improvements to help people get to our bus stops and our rail stations safely where infrastructure may be lacking. As you can imagine, this is a partnership with our many jurisdictions in how we can leverage funds to provide good infrastructure for walking, bicycling, and rolling to stops and stations. Next slide, please. And under our State of Good Repair category, Mr. Greenwood touched on the College Park Station rehabilitation as we move from early work into the comprehensive rehabilitation of the station, and ongoing work on bus shelters and amenities for Fulton County. Next slide, please. Under the expansion program, you see 5 key projects there for the city of Johns Creek. MARTA is looking to support the city in its work to promote placemaking and transit-oriented development in that community by providing technical assistance to the city. For the South Fulton County area, the transit initiatives include Roosevelt Highway and South Fulton Parkway. Roosevelt Highway being early action projects to greatly improve the operational characteristics of bus service along Roosevelt Highway and to provide amenities for customers as well as safety improvements along that corridor. And South Fulton Parkway being a more long-term look as growth is occurring in South Fulton County and looking at high-capacity transit for that corridor. Next is an intriguing transit mode, personal rapid transit, a pilot study building on the good work of the AACIDs in that area as we work to learn more about that transit mode and how it could be deployed as a pilot project to begin with in South Fulton County area. And next is the Georgia 400 Bus Rapid Transit Project operating along the planned express lanes that GDOT is looking to build in partnership with a private developer and advancing that project forward. And finally, for expansion is the I-285 BRT Express Lanes Transit study that, of course, we had the ceremonial signing last week at the ARC meeting. And next slide, please. For the 10-year outlook for capital projects is continuing the Safe Routes to Transit initiative, stay good repair, more station rehabilitation, smart restrooms, bus shelters and amenities, and ongoing system-wide work, the stuff that you don't really see but is critical to operating the system safely and effectively, and the expansion projects continuing as well as some additional arterial rapid transit projects there. Next slide, please. For the bus shelter and amenities program, you see for fiscal year 22, the amenities that have been delivered or under construction in permitting or design for Fulton County, and in fiscal year 23, we anticipate 50 more, mix of equally of shelters and benches. Next slide. For system-wide programs and projects in our MARTA service area, next slide. Over the fiscal year 23 and the rolling 10-year capital program under the category of Policy Innovation Administration is to begin the development of a long-range transit planning policy initiative and plan, looking at modernizing how our trains operate safely and effectively on the train with exploring communications-based train control, state of good repair, continuing replacing our tracks as needed, and our power systems and signal systems as well, and under expansion, looking at transit signal priority to help move buses along more quickly along roadways, and as well as the comprehensive bus signage modernization program, so you can read those signs any time of day or night and see what bus route that you're walking up to. And with that, we'll go to the next one. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
That concludes our presentation. Open to the chair and any other questions that may come of that.
All right, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman.
Thanks. Great presentation, great work. It's all exciting. A couple of things. One is I'm delighted to see the new policy concept of safe routes to transit. The chairman may remember I kicked off the sidewalk building program in Atlanta when I was on the city council. And we started with Old Ivy and tried to collaborate with the school there. And so when government organizations collaborate on this, it's so important. And I know it's not MARTA's job to build sidewalks. It's going to be, and you referred to the other jurisdictions, but I think about all those transit-dependent folks that have to get there and back. And so this is terrific that you all are collaborating on that, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. You've got federal grants in the capital budget. I'm just a little curious about, are those certain known? And if so, that's terrific. If it's a guess, I'd love to hear that. But if it's certain, and I guess the question is, are there more possibly out there that you are looking at with the federal infrastructure dollars?
Right. Yeah. What I can say is that the federal is structured such that our grant system is, we're getting, the title is escaping me, Raj. I think it's formula grants, formula funding, to the tune of about 30%, a 30% increase in our formula funds, which in MARTA's case gives us about $40 million more dollars in formula funding. Discretionary grants are, we're in a landscape now where grants are appearing, opportunities are appearing, and we're making sure that we've got the right teams together to apply for those grants. So really not sure what the limit is on that, but in terms of formula funds, we're prepared to access all of those.
Okay, so you've got the formula funds in there that are in effect certainty under the formulas.
Yeah.
If there's anything we can do to help with any federal grants, letters of support, anything like that, just let us know.
We absolutely will.
That money's out there and we ought to get our share.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the work, you and the board. I appreciate it. I also appreciate the model reach. I have been getting quite a bit of good feedback from that, and I have been forwarding it to you all, and I understand you all are expanding it. But I did have some questions for you today. What is the timeline for the end of MARTA and the replacement with the ATL system?
The timeline for the end of MARTA?
And the replacement with the ATL system?
I'm sorry, I really don't understand that. To my knowledge, there is no
There's
end
no
of MARTA.
end of
There's
MARTA,
no
okay.
replacement. ATL works with MARTA to make
Okay.
sure that jurisdictions are served better and that we bring the region together in a designed way, but there's no end to MARTA.
Okay. And so is there a transfer of the power? Will the MARTA branding go away completely?
No, I mean, ATL may, and I suspect they wouldn't. I think ATL would be speaking from the same tune if they were standing here with me, but I don't presume to speak on their behalf.
Okay.
From MARTA's perspective, you know, the MARTA brand is one of our 4 key pillars that we put up there this morning, one of the 4 things that we must protect. And so we're very serious about protecting the MARTA brand and advancing the MARTA brand. There's no reason that we couldn't have the MARTA brand prominent while we work towards the objectives of ATL, and I believe that they are in sync with each other.
Okay. Also, what will be the power structure on the new system? Who will choose who runs the day-to-day operations?
MARTA.
Thank you. And also, what is the status of the discussions with neighbors and residents in Southwest Atlanta who have been asking for rail? And to my understanding, MARTA has been recommending bus rapid transit. Has there been any more conversation? Is there an impasse? Can you let me know where we are with that?
Not in an impasse, and thank you for that. On Campbellton Road specifically, we have an open house this Saturday where the intention is to, give an 8-hour opportunity to folks to come and investigate the various modes, where we are with them, the pros and cons of each one. We maintain, whether it's North or South Atlanta, that our role is to make sure that the public is fully educated, they know everything that we know, so that they'll better understand the decisions as they're made. It's not a personal preference that's at play here. It really is the economics and the operating capabilities. What I like to say is, when we're talking about building high-capacity transit, we should be talking about the objectives of that transit. What is it that we want it to do? And if it's throughput and better operating, specifics, as well as economic development and community development, there are more modes than one that can get to that objective. So it's a holistic review, and so there is no impasse, it's a continued conversation.
So it's a continued conversation.
Yes.
You said that there is an open house.
Yes.
Can you tell me, for the sake of the listening audience,
Sure.
where the open house is so I can make sure that information gets out?
And firstly, I'll say it's on the MARTA website in case I get this wrong, but I believe
Okay.
it's Junction 48. If I can get, Manjeet will help us with the specific address, but it's on Campbellton Road, and the name of the establishment is Junction
2800. And it's this Saturday from 11 until 4 o'clock. It's open house format, so you don't need to be there all 4 hours, but you're welcome to. You can drop in, drop out, and learn from the workstations we'll have there.
And you say it's Junction, say it again for me? 2800.
Yeah, that's the name of the facility.
Okay, and it's 11 to 4 p.m. this Saturday, which I believe is the 21st. Okay, my last and final question to you is, I noticed that the estimated total budget for Georgia 400 on page 18 is $325 million. Are we spending this amount of money in areas south of Atlanta, east and west of Atlanta?
Well, so that $325 million is on the GA 400 BRT specifically. So is your question, does that extend beyond that project?
What I'm asking, there's a $325 million estimated total budget for Georgia 400. Is that correct? Am I correct in?
That is correct.
Okay, and so my follow-up question to that is, are we spending this amount of money in areas south of Atlanta, east of Atlanta, and west of Atlanta?
I'll get Manjeet to speak to that.
And Manjeet Ranu, Chief of Capital Program Expansion Innovation for MARTA. And so those are preliminary numbers, and so indeed there'll be significant expenditures that will occur for capital projects across the region geographically. So you see, for example, for South Fulton and Roosevelt Highway, it says TBD because we're in the early stage of the study. So some of the numbers you see here reflect the planning study expenditures and some level of design, but not necessarily construction yet.
Okay, so not sure how to take that, but I'll take that as a maybe or no, because I'm not sure, and I understand what you're saying, TBD. So you wouldn't want to give an amount, but I would, as somebody who represents those areas, I would like to be prepared because I am getting calls about the amount of money that is being spent across Fulton County. And so at some point when you do know the answer to that question, if you would let my office know, I really would appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a quick question for you on the operating budget for 2023. I see you've got, one core source of funds is ARPA money at 140 million, which looks to be about 21% or so of your operating budget. So you're using ARPA money exclusively for operating, not capital. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of sort of dependency on that and be able to replace that when those funds go away, and I don't know kind of the flow through of yours and whether you're estimating you'll have similar levels of funds or some portion of funds for FY24 or not. But just sort of, could you speak to that and sort of how, and I say there's, kind of a $65 million surplus or differential between, the proposed expended revenues and expenditures, but just I wanted to get a sense for how can you tell us you're not overly reliant upon, this for operating going forward?
Right, that's a great question. What MARTA has done generally is, to the extent possible, brought the funds into and use them for our regular expenses that they're applicable for, recognizing the fact that there's no guarantee, as you say, that these funds will be available in years to come. So, I've heard Raj speak to the fact that, our CFO speak to the fact that for FY23 and FY24, we have a high level of confidence, and that it remains to be seen what funds continue to come through in FY25 and beyond.
All right, other comments? All right, Mr. Greenwood and group, board, others.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I'll just say this on a personal note. I've been pushing for this personal rapid transit for several years now, and I'm delighted to see this $10 million for that. And that, by the way, is going to be on the south side of Fulton County and will be one of the few places in the world, WORLD, that has that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
County manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0361, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We'll give a brief update and then answer any questions. You've received the material. Glad to have Matt Kallmeyer back here with us in person. You'll see that from the report, the trends are somewhat mixed, with a peak projected now in May, end of May. The cases are now averaging 180 per day. That's up 96%. I just want to underscore some of these percent increases. Positivity rate at 8.2% is up 105% since the last report. So those are concerns. Hospitalizations in the mid-70s and death rate at 1.6 per day. Obviously a serious issue, but less of a concern in terms of trends. As well, you know that the Biden administration recently announced the possibility of 100 million new infections in the fall. So, and by the way, Matt himself has experienced COVID recently, as has Doug Schuster. Fortunately, both fully vaccinated, and Matt fully recovered and Doug on the mend, but it just underscores how vulnerable we all are. Matt is working on a plan that has a set of trigger points that if these new trends worsen, whereby we would take specific actions, but it still comes back to vaccinations and testing. We are opening new clinic locations. You'll see in Matt's report at Royal Drive and Sunset Avenue. Those are our Department of Health or Board of Health offices that will now be doing vaccinations, as well as we continue to partner with APS and Fulton County Schools. We may also, Commissioner, add to our incentives because I am looking at is now the time to really try to push for that first and second vaccine. So we're going to take a look at increasing that dollar amount. We are doing about 400 to 500 a week now, so it hasn't dissipated to zero, but it's not where I think we want it to be. One interesting thing that we now have done that we told you about in previous meetings is put a kiosk in place for PCR testing. It's first county to do that. The chairman and I will defer to him on any comments that he'd like to make about that, but we tested it this morning. I can say I have my test kit, and it's very simple to get your test from the kiosk, then, of course, self-administer the test, and then put it back in the drop box and have 24 to 48-hour results. So again, very pleased that, again, Matt identified that as something that we could do, removing the labor content largely, but keeping a testing capability in place. We're still working with Emory on the partnership for wastewater testing, so very soon we'll be doing the 4 plants that we talked about, and then subsequently 20 manholes. We do and have had instances of infection with our employees, 8 new ones, so that brings us to about 869 now, so that's about 20% of the workforce. We're still, with our current protocols, encouraging mask, except in the areas that we talked about previously in justice, clinical, and tax office settings. ERAP is entering its now final $25 million phase. I was interested to see that the AJC reported yesterday, I think it was, Mr. Chairman, on Gwinnett getting $25 million. Again, not only have we gotten, we've administered, and now we've moved on to the second one. So we'd like to get a similar article in the AJC on our success and the great leadership of Dr. Rochelle. Project Orca, this is the second meeting of the month, so you'll hear an update on that. It remains on track. There are a couple of warning signs, really more for future performance. Cases are not being charged at a rate consistent with the expectations of clearing this entire backlog in 24 months. So that's an issue, as well as Fulton County Sheriff Office and Marshal staffing show significant gaps. So both of those will hamper efforts going forward if not corrected. And Alton will obviously speak to that report. We have, as you know, a $26 million reserve out of our total program of the ARPA funds and other funds that have been sourced. We have now applied for $14 million in FEMA reimbursement, so we hope to get $7 million of that expedited and to us quickly. That will really be the first, other than what was reimbursed for Mercedes-Benz Stadium, that we have received. So it's critical for us to begin to see that money flow, as we have not yet received the second tranche of the ARPA funds, although it's expected sometime during the month of May, and I believe some counties across the nation have received that. There are a number of very significant asks coming forward, and again, I think it will be obviously up to you to make these decisions, but just as a reminder, the Grady nursing cost ask is still out there, permanent supportive housing on FIB, a behavioral health crisis center, which we will take another run at and has some increased cost associated with it, as well as other nonprofits that are very worthy making ask of you. So we plan to present in the next 30 to 60 days our best view of a revised plan, making use of some of that reserve as well as considering some of these needs. Also, we just ask you, which I've said before, just keep in mind this very robust facilities agenda that is coming into view. So if you think again about everything from Fulton County Airport, the animal shelter, the central warehouse that will house our elections, but also many other functions, Public Safety Training Center, HHS facilities both in North Fulton and South Fulton that would concentrate those offerings, pandemic proofing our main building here for any future event, as well as supporting remote working and really a new modern environment. And then the ultimate, which is the jail feasibility study. So I don't want you to underestimate both the financial as well as the management bandwidth that it's going to take to execute that. And we are working on a long-term financial plan update that will include all this information and any other known pressure points before the mid-year review. I do want to just take note of, though, as we talk about facilities, these 2 recent awards for both the Slayton Courthouse, which I think you saw, as well as the Central Library, really speak to the professionalism of Joe Davis, Tim Diamond, and that entire team in executing, Bill Mason, most notably in executing that overall program. So really in summary, these trends, I think, cause us to remain cautious, but we're fully open. We're supporting the elections effort, but building this very significant facilities agenda that will carry us into the future. I do want to say just a note on elections. I think a great deal of credit goes to Nadine Williams, who has stepped into a role and done, I think, a tremendous job with this advanced voting period, and I anticipate with the primaries. I've visited myself personally about 75% of the sites. I'll visit all of them before Elections Day, and generally what I have seen have been smooth operations, a engaged staff, little to no lines in terms of the voter experience. It is true we're keeping scanners on, but that's for a good reason and because of the length of our ballot, so there's no conspiracy behind that. It's just fundamentally good practice to do. We also had a very productive and cordial meeting with the Secretary of State officials in the last week. By the way, of the three officials, two of them were former Fulton County employees. So kind of underscoring that it's not an us or them. It really is more trying to work together. And to that end, I have authorized an emergency procurement to look at the entire database assignment of voters to precincts to just do another effort to ensure that mistakes are not in that database where the voter experience is good on Election Day, and we're in the process of doing that. So Matt, I think I'll pass the ball to you, and I know that if you would, give Matt some time to go through, and Mr. Chairman, I'll let you comment, obviously, on our experience this morning.
Sure, just quickly, I encourage each of you to take a look at that kiosk. I think it's a fantastic new addition to Fulton County, and it underscores, once again, how proactive, how innovative Fulton County government is compared to the other 3,000 plus counties. We're one of few in the country that has a kiosk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Like the county manager said, just to highlight a couple things on page 14 in your packet, the two new locations for you to help us amplify vaccination locations with our Board of Health facilities. What we're trying to do is build our internal capacity as we continue to move forward through this response in our joint effort with the Board of Health. So we're glad to welcome citizens to these two new locations to make sure they can take advantage of the vaccinations and still taking advantage of our partnership with the NFL Alumni Association and bringing in legends to our different vaccination events to help us go ahead and gravitate or get more attention to these particular sites. The last thing I just want to take a second to touch on is page 15, the slide. Next slide, please. We talked about it today, but before we get there, I want to make sure we talk about the third round of free federal home test kits. If everyone goes to the United States Postal Service website or to the URL that you see there, www.covid.gov/tests, the federal government has opened a third round of free antigen-based tests that you can go ahead and receive for your household. 4 tests per household. Please take advantage of that. Once again, the federal government is offering that for free. Leverage those to go ahead and help you make the right decision if you're not feeling well to see if that is COVID or not within your jurisdiction. Also want to amplify, once again, the Board of Health has free home test kits available, antigen test kits, as well as the program that Dr. Rochelle championed that we still have some libraries that are passing out as well, antigen test kits. So make sure you take advantage of that. And finally, just to go ahead and highlight once again, our External Affairs Department put out a great press release today. I know the chairman and county manager had an opportunity to visit it. If you have not, it's right upstairs next to the piano in our facility. It's right behind a very lovely information desk in the courthouse. And the last one is over at Rice Street in the lobby. One to help the sheriff's deputies there. It's also anyone that's visiting the site, but want to be able to go ahead and provide something to our community so they can get a PCR test. This is our pilot program. If everything continues to go well here, we want to expand it to other parts of our community, both north and south and central, to make sure that people have the ability to take advantage of PCR tests. With that, you can do yourself at the time period that makes sense for you. So once again, 48 hours turnaround on those PCR-based tests, self-swab. There's a process you have to use some technology. So if people have some concerns, there is a number that they can call and someone can help them through that. But you do have to register online to make sure that your test kit matches up with the sample collection that is being done at that particular time. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Chairman.
All right, questions, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Abdur Rahman.
Just a couple of things. First of all, on slide 12, the county manager talked about the numbers being up percentage-wise. relatively, the numbers compared to what they've been in the past aren't high, but the percentage increases are a little concerning. And of course, we have no idea about really the number of cases because of home testing and everything else, but much less the percent positive from the home test. So Matt, what is the level of concern about these increasing numbers?
I mean, it is something that we are watching. One of the other slides that you saw in the packet there, sir, shows which particular type of subvariant is starting to increase. The variants that we're seeing that are increasing are the ones that are much more transmissible. What we're seeing at this time, though, and the national experts as well as Dr. Paxson can go ahead and confirm, is that if you are vaccinated, you have a much better chance of being able to go ahead and avoid any serious outcomes or serious injuries with it. So that's why we really want to make sure that people get those first 3 doses so they can be up to date with their whole ability to go ahead and fight this off. I feel very blessed that I had an opportunity to get 3 vaccines before I was finally exposed to COVID. I knew it was going to come sooner or later, and my day finally showed up. It wasn't fun, but yes, I am here to go ahead and say that vaccines work. So to your point, sir, it is difficult. We're using hospital data at this point. We're watching the hospitals very closely to see if we're seeing uptakes in the amount of beds that are being used for COVID patients, any ventilator support, things along those lines. We do not have anything alarming at this point in time, but we're really hamstrung at this point because we're using hospital data. We don't have the same data that we had in the past. DPH is only releasing data once a week. That's why we're trying to take our destiny into our own hands in taking advantage of this partnership with Emory to do testing with wastewater so we can actually get a better idea of what it looks like in our community.
Yeah. Well, like you, I had my three shots before I had an exposure, and it was a lot like the flu, in the old days, or a bad cold. So maybe that's where we're headed as a country and a world, where this is just a continuing kind of flu kind of thing. But I guess we're still in an unknown situation about it. But anyway, the percentage increases are bothersome. But we'll continue to monitor it and see what happens. On ORCA, I just wanted to highlight again that the manager addressed him on page 43. We continue to have a tough time hiring folks in those bottom 2 categories, the marshal and the sheriff, and even some of the other areas. We see people get hired and then leave before they start because they get another job. It's still a tough environment, but just wanted to highlight that again. And then you all will see the judges dispose cases and remaining cases, and I know a lot of my constituents are interested in seeing those. You do have to look at them carefully because there are lots of reasons why numbers look a little unusual for any particular judge, and shouldn't jump to conclusions about things. But it's important to see how they've got, in order for us to get these ORCA cases done by the time our original money and plan work runs out. Some of these things have to happen, including the charges, as the county manager mentioned on page 39. We started really officially with 148,000 cases. We actually were at 208,000 back before we did the kickoff in December, and a lot of those cases were addressed, the low-hanging fruit, by the magistrate court, who's done a terrific job. You can see the magistrate court in blue, in sort of royal blue there. Those numbers have declined, and the Superior Court and the State Court numbers. Again, the State Court and the Superior Court will get cases from the Solicitor General and the DA as those cases get charged and indicted. But those cases need to be charged and indicted so they can get to the courts to be tried by the time all of this needs to be wrapped up. So important numbers there, and just wanted to highlight those for folks. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner Morris, after reflecting, I don't know if I really answered your question about my level of concern. I had a chance to reflect when you got an opportunity to beat up Alton on some of his things, so I appreciate that, sir. I am cautiously optimistic. I do not want us to go ahead and get into a sense of this is just going to be like the flu. I think we're going to have waning immunities. I think we're going to start seeing the virus continue to mutate, which is a concern as well. I think we have seen what's happening at the federal level. There's some concern that we're not seeing any packages passed that will allow some of our pharmaceutical companies to update the vaccine to go ahead and continue to match what's currently out there. So cautiously optimistic is where I like to stay. We are watching New Zealand and Australia very closely. They're in the wintertime right now. That's normally what our public health experts watch as well to see how they go ahead and trend during this time. They've had incredible vaccination numbers there, things that we have not hit in our country and in our state, and especially in our county. So they're seeing an increase, and they're also seeing a very large increase in flu this year for them as well. So we're watching that to see how that would actually look for us in wintertime here, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Oh, you just answered it, what I was concerned about. And so thank you for answering that, backtracking. Thank you.
Yes,
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Matt Kallmeyer and team, for all of the awesome work that you're doing. My concern started at least 3 weeks ago when several people started to tell me that they had COVID, their family members had COVID, their co-workers in offices had COVID, and that was just too many people that I knew personally who were getting that virus. And one in particular works for the health industry. And she said everyone in her office is fully vaccinated, fully boosted, and they all have been getting COVID, one after the other. So that proved to me how contagious this actually is. But it also proved to me that you can be fully vaccinated and fully boosted and still get very, very ill, because there were men who said that this brought them to their knees. And so with that being said, I know the last time we discussed the percentage of effectiveness of the 2 vaccination shots, and it was very low. So at this point, what is the percentage of effectiveness of the 2 shots and the boosters?
And Dr. Paxton, I'm not sure if she joined us. She would probably be a much better expert to go ahead and answer that level of effectiveness. Dr. Paxton, you're on the line, ma'am? Okay. If she is not on the line, I will do my best to try to answer that, ma'am. If not, I'll get you that specific statistical data. What we are seeing is a decrease, especially with the newer variations of it. It seems to have the ability to evade the immunity that we have.
Yes.
What you're saying is spot on with individuals. That's why it's so important to make sure that people are up to date with that. And as we start to see an increase, talking about the trigger points that the county manager just referenced, we want to be able to bring back to you all some recommendations that we could actually put to a practice in our jurisdiction, especially in our organizations and our buildings. So we are not at the point that we're going to see some places like New York is taking that big next step, but we're watching very closely. And I think to your point, if people are surrounded by other individuals that are actually turning out to have COVID, to take the necessary steps to protect themselves and their family. Follow the CDC guidance. Once again, you should be masking up for a 5-day period, taking the necessary tests. There's a great calculator on the CDC site that just helps you understand what you should do based upon the time you're exposed, and if you should isolate, quarantine, so on and so forth. And we'll make sure that our external affairs team has that listed on our website for people to use.
Thank you. And also, this is not a question for you, Matt. I think it would more so would be for the county manager. You spoke about the elections and the issues that we have faced, and there has been a lot in the news, and it's a lot of contradiction. You know, from our last BLC meeting when Nadine stood before us and she spoke to the issues that Commissioner Arrington raised about the ballots not being properly populated. His own name was not on it, and then we were told that it was just that people were given the wrong ballots, and now there are conflicting articles in the news saying that it's the state's fault because they didn't populate the system with the changes that happened with redistricting. And so can you just clear up some of that by telling us who is responsible for the ENet issues and the ballot issues? Do you have any answer to that?
Well, I probably won't do it justice, but your questions are very germane. I think it is a joint responsibility, hence the meeting that we had with the Secretary of State officials. And again, as I mentioned, it's cordial and productive. And I think there's a clear recognition that both the system that the state maintains, as well as our input to the system, and then a corollary system that we maintain, all work together. And if they work together successfully, both in terms of staying up as well as being accurate, then that's the best experience for the voter. I think we're, again, still working through that. Again, our goal now is 0 defects by the 24th when the election day occurs. And I think at the advanced voting sites, because they're not overrun by folks, there is the ability there to self-correct for the most part any mistakes that might otherwise happen and without a lot of delay. So I'm pleased as I go to sites, see that, listen to the frontline folks talk about how they're helping voters through the process, that generally it's working well. And then I did mention, again, a complete review of our entire voter files, which is currently underway by a firm that the state recommended. I think will give us, for lack of a better term, the good housekeeping seal of approval that we've done everything possible to ensure that mistakes like the ones that you mentioned do not reoccur.
Great, thank you. And I was looking at the numbers on page 22, which are the COVID positive employees, and also on, where's that longer list? And on page 24, and I know we were told that someone on the 10th floor had COVID about a week ago, and I don't know where in particular on the 10th floor, but I don't see anything that would show that in the numbers.
Let me ask Ken to respond to that, please.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Kenneth Herman, Chief HR Officer. We will double check and work with the clerk's office. We have consistently reported to you what has been reported to us from the respective departments. If that was missed as part of this reporting cycle, we'll make sure we get it into the next one.
All right, thank you so much. And that's all my questions. Let's see, Commissioner Ellis?
I don't have any questions that are COVID specific. I didn't know if you were gonna add any more commentary on the ORCA stuff before I ask my questions on that.
Yes, sir. We were going to present those charts.
Okay. All right. Well,
You want us to hold till that, or?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'll hold till.
Yeah, we plan to present as soon as Matt is finished.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'll ask Alton Adams to present and then answer any questions about Project ORCA.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, commissioners. Between the county manager and Commissioner Morris, they have set me up really well to go through the presentation. So I am going to try to run through it fairly quickly, answer any questions that you might have. But I did want to provide a bit of context. Program to date, which officially kicked off on December 6th of last year, we have disposed of 41,000 cases, which is approximately 28% of the total. As we sat here last week, because these numbers are a week old or 6 days old, we were at 108,000 remaining cases for the program. As you can see on page 39, we have made steady progress over the course of the program. It actually looks like a straight line, but we do know that this is not going to be linear. We are going to have some periods where it's going to drop faster than others, and in some cases probably really accelerate. So, but that having been said, continue to see steady progress across all of the various areas, as mentioned by Commissioner Morris. The pace on the prosecution side has not been what we had anticipated from a straight line perspective, but there really was no model or no precedent for us to be able to say at what pace. But overall, I would say, if you look at page 39, we continue to move in the right direction. The next page talks to the judges, and I won't go into detail. We do, in fact, track how well we're doing. I think the key thing I would point out is that in both Superior Court and then you'll see in State Court as well, there's a mix of civil and criminal cases. At this point in time, we're exceeding the pace that we expected on the civil side. We expect that once that the mix of civil and criminal changes, we're going to slow down a bit because, by definition, the complexity of the criminal cases tends to require more time to resolve. And so, at this point in time, this just gives you a sense for the mix on a judge-by-judge basis. Next slide, please. One more. So we are trying to look at the pace and our progress from a number of different dimensions. One of them that's very kind of hands-on is what's the actual weekly target that you have for each one of the various areas, and actually monthly target. I apologize. And so, for example, in the case of Superior Court, our target based on a straight line would be 636 cases that would be disposed, and 652 for the DA, 2,200 for the solicitor, and so on. The actual just kind of represents a snapshot of how well we did in April. And as I've said, this is going to be a bit bumpy. There are going to be some months where you're ahead, some months behind. But I think the big measure and the one that I would focus on is the last column, which is basically shows the period to date. So if you look at the 3 or 4 or 5 months we've been after this, some of the months were good, some of them were below the line. But overall, I think in most cases, in the case of Superior Court, State Court, Magistrate Court, we're feeling really good about where we are programmed to date. Have a bit more work to do in terms of the DA and the solicitor. I will add, though, that the solicitor has, as you can see from the April numbers, has, excuse me, considerably increased their rate of disposition over the last 6 weeks. Next page. As Commissioner Morris indicated, hiring for ORCA is not unlike the challenges that you have for hiring in the county outside of the ORCA program, or as we see across the entire economy. So we made some good starts in terms of the hiring. We continue to see some challenges, obviously, in the marshal and the sheriff's area, not unlike what we've seen with officers, not only within Fulton County but across the country. Excuse me. But overall, we continue to focus on expanding our methods of recruiting. The salary increases that were approved by the BOC have helped significantly, particularly in the public defenders area. We have had a number of applications for the jobs that are available in the PD's office, made a number of offers, and so it really has helped in a couple of key areas for us. Next slide, please. One of the big focuses for us, and one of the keys and levers, quite frankly, to be able to move the cases, not only ORCA cases, but all our cases, is technology. We have to a certain extent, a fixed physical plant in terms of the number of courtrooms that we have. We have a fixed capacity in terms of the number of individuals that we can bring over and from the jail and house in the courthouse. And so the only way to help move things along faster is to increase our velocity, and the way to do that is by using technology and increasing capacity outside our physical plant. And so today, as we sit here, we have 56 Zoom rooms that the county utilizes for cases. They account for 30 to 40 virtual hearing sessions per day, which was more than 300 hours daily that I held on Zoom. And the folks at Zoom tell us that we utilize their technology more extensively than any other court system in the country. So it is a big priority for us. I want to thank Glenn and all of the technology folks and the courts, actually, for making this something that has become a core part of what we do. What you see there is a real live picture of what happens on a daily basis in our court system today. Next slide. One of the things that Commissioner Morris has emphasized to us is that we need to make sure that in addition to focusing on how to move ORCA cases, that we focus on as well our post-ORCA or non-ORCA cases so that we don't develop a backlog in one area at the same time that we're reducing another. So we do have very specific activities. Some of them overlap, but actions associated with our ORCA cases, which, you know, we've talked about, the case triage, expanding the capacity, some of the productivity enhancements. In addition, however, for the non-ORCA, we've expanded the public defender and the DA staffing considerably. We continue to use case triage, which is which cases, when should they be done. To give you an example, the solicitor is looking at grouping DUI cases and having a day or having a session specifically for DUI cases to help move those along. So a lot of focus on how do we think about approaching our cases in a way we get after them in a different way, in a more efficient way. And then a big focus on interagency collaboration. And that's a big deal because it requires for us to move the cases, there is a handoff process. And that handoff process historically has not been something we focused on, but in some ways it's the most important lever we have to be able to move cases through the system. So we do that by regular meetings on a weekly basis to look at ORCA progress. We have monthly steering committee meetings, a number of meetings in between to kind of help us make sure that the system is working as smoothly as we can. And then across the board, I've mentioned the rigorous use of technology, a lot of focus on data and analytics. Our strategy team has a lot of data that we look at and we slice and dice. But the goal really is, one, not only to increase transparency, but to give the justice partners data that they can then utilize to make better, faster decisions. And so big focus on the deployment of data and analytics to help us become more efficient. And then finally, obviously we made a big investment in people, some 300 plus for ORCA, increase the salaries. That's starting to have an impact. In some areas, it's allowing us to keep pace, and in other areas we're able to make some progress in terms of filling out the numbers that we need. Commissioner Ellis, the last time we met, you asked a question about where we were with this criminal history update project. That was launched in April. I think it was April 11th. It's being funded, at least phase one, by the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce in conjunction with and working with the GBI. The number of cases is in excess of 2 million, or not certain cases, charges, different. And so that kind of represents the totality of what we're trying to deal with now. Please understand that these span multiple decades, and so big part of this of phase one is trying to understand which one of these are most important, which represent significant crimes, which ones are more time sensitive, and then focusing on getting those resolved. And so we're making some progress. The goal is, one, in phase one, let's identify and be clear about which of the cases represent the biggest priority for us, or charges represent the biggest priority. And then secondly, developing improvements in business processes and the systems that we have so that we don't continue to repeat this and it isn't a continuous problem. And then finally, in terms of issue and risk, as you can appreciate, our justice system is large and it's complex. And there are a number of issues and risks that we monitor that could present. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. That we monitor and that represent what I'd consider to be risk and issues to being able to move the cases at the pace that we would like. Clearly, there's an increase in violent crime that increases the number of criminal cases, and as a result, increases the pace, reduces the pace and increases the complexity of the cases that have to move through the system. The increase in the jail population creates challenges in terms of transport capacity and the like. The impact of increased violent charges, that here again, more complex cases, longer time to resolve, and as a result has an impact on the overall numbers. We've talked a bit about the sheriff and marshal recruitment. And then finally, the uptick in COVID cases. COVID cases, when you have an uptick, it impacts our ability to select and put together jury trials. It could also impact our ability to move individuals from the jail. So I will stop there and take any questions.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah. To start with, and I'm going to work back a little bit on, we talked about, you made reference to, Commissioner Morris in particular pushing on this issue of ensuring that we're not building up another backlog. But we don't really have any data on what that looks like, right?
Well, we have data on the cases that have come in since December 7th. However, there's a lag time associated with it. So in other words, if a case came in on December 7th, if it's a civil case, it could take 12 months.
Right.
So it'll take us a while to try to figure out what that gap will be and project it. That's correct.
So let me rephrase my question. Right now, we don't really have a good sense of whether or not we are letting another backlog start to build.
I wouldn't say that either. What I would say is what we are monitoring are things like clearance rates and other things that on the clearance rate side, we're doing pretty good for certain cases. But to answer your question, if you were to say, do we know today, are we building a backlog specifically? The answer is it's unclear because of the lag time associated with clearing the cases.
Okay. All right. Well, all right, I want to go back and sort of look at this slide. I think it's slide 39. And I mean, I will say this. I mean, look, in this whole sort of arena, we've heard a lot of stuff over the past year, and obviously there are a lot of myriad of issues, and a lot of stuff that's kind of comes before us a lot of times is very anecdotal. And I think when it comes to public policy, the more you can focus on data and get away from the anecdotal, then you're going to get to the real issues. So I think this data is particularly important, and we start to get a sense of what we're doing and how we're doing. And this isn't about really sort of pointing out, or trying to single out individuals or whatever. This is sort of systematically looking at what we've invested in and are we getting where we need to be. And if I look at this data, I'm looking at this and seeing right now that our investment in it right now, or additional dollars that we put into this right now, is not yielding the results that we expected. And I'm concerned. I mean, let me finish up what I'm saying here. And so I am concerned about where we are. And there are a couple places. I mean, certainly, if I look at sort of the trends that we've seen, sort of going back to this week of 12/6 to here, if I sort of just, and I realize sort of collectively, and I know this is not exactly true, but sort of collectively the cases of the DA and the Superior Court tie together.
That's correct.
And collectively the cases of the State Court and the Solicitor General tie together.
That is correct. Okay.
So if I look at the clearance rate on these things, if I sort of look at the whole Superior Court system, and like it'll just take the last couple of weeks. I mean, I think it's like we averaged and cleared out about 127 cases or something. This is like it's going to take 4.1 years to clear out the backlog.
So if I can,
I mean, well, just hear me out, right? So I look at that sort of number, right? And this isn't just 2 weeks. I mean, this is going back. If I go back to December, same kind of trends. So I mean, where it looks like we should be gaining, it's kind of held steady. Now, if I look at the magistrate number, that looks fairly normal. It looks like we'd clear that out in about 35 weeks, that backlog. And the state court, if they continued at the pace they had, in the past couple of weeks, it's right at a year. And what was our target again in terms of kind of wrapping this up?
The target is December of 2023.
December of 2023. So, in a couple areas, I mean, it looks like we're making some pretty good progress, but we got some significant deficiencies up here. And we're not, I mean, we're all not clueless about what's going on in terms of crime right now and what's adding into the system and the complexities of, kind of what's coming down the pike. So, I'm just saying, I look at this from a data standpoint, and this doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence that we're not sitting here next year with a huge backlog, and we're still battling these significant issues. So, I'm just raising it. I'm not necessarily asking for an explanation around it, but I do want to start to see these. I do want to see these numbers every 2 weeks, whether you talk about them or not. I want to see them, so we can just look at is this just a blip, or are we starting to see an uptick? Because at some point, if it doesn't turn, we know what it is, and we know kind of what the throughput's going to be. So that's the points I want to raise on it. I mean, so I'm not, believe you, Mr. Adams, I'm not being critical of you. This is good data, and this is kind of what I've been looking for, and I think this is great for all of us to kind of focus in on collectively with our justice partners. And I'm not railing on them either. I'm just saying, like, this is critical. So I like this slide, and I hope we will continue to kind of look at this and grind on this, and everybody challenge themselves on it. And I hope we'll also kind of be able to come up with, some sort of data to help position us to understand, do we have a further backlog build on the other end? And I think particularly, I'm interested in this from the places where we look to be sort of lagging in the clearance right now, in the Superior Court, kind of in our more hard crime area, are we fostering another backlog? So the more we can get to some data that can help us to understand that, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. So, and I agree. I agree with the data, and I do want to correct one thing if I can.
Mm-hmm.
If you straight line the cases that we started with and what we need to do at what pace to get to ending those cases in December 2023, we're actually ahead of that straight line.
Well,
So-
we're ahead of it, but that would assume that all of that was just a batch of magistrate cases. I'm looking at it in sort of breaking out the components: magistrate court, state court, superior court, and
Agreed.
And that's and I think all of them are important, but clearly when we look at probably the major impact that sort of flows through us on the back end in terms of the impact on our jails and sheriff and all that sort of stuff, and what sort of the impact probably from a violent crime perspective, it's in the category that we're way behind on. So that's the piece that that I'm looking at, is sort of the component pieces of that. I get that in the aggregate, we're okay, but if we've got a huge backlog in the Superior Court and we cleared out the other two, we're still probably going to be looking at and hearing about the same kind of problems that we got right now.
No, don't disagree, because as I mentioned, the criminal cases are the ones that that are just more complex, right? And by definition, harder to predict. But what I will say, though, is that we anticipated that there would be a faster resolution to magistrate cases, that the solicitor, because of some of the programs that he's running, including some of the diversion programs, would pick up pace. The biggest risk, as I pointed out, is the complexity of these criminal cases and how long it's going to take for us to resolve them. And so you're absolutely right. Those are the ones we're focused on. Those are the ones that a lot of the, and one of the reasons why we added some more Zoom rooms, so that each one of those Superior Court judges could have more capacity. So I think in a lot of ways we're doing the right things, but how they come together and how they impact this is something we will continue to focus on. So I 100% agree in terms of the need to do that. And quite frankly, focusing on the actions that we think make sense.
So, like, the investment in things like the Zoom rooms and so forth, right? I mean, when did those sort of come online, if you will?
Well, the Zoom rooms actually started online, oh gosh, I want to say probably, do you know, Glenn, was it a year ago? Yeah. At the beginning, actually, the most of the capacity started at the beginning of COVID. So it would have been, 2 years ago.
Okay, so
That's when
it's
we
not,
started.
I know, but I mean, you said it like all of a sudden this is something new and novel, and we're gonna start to see.
Well, we've
major
increased,
shift on it.
capacity.
Okay,
We've changed the way we're using it. And every time, every day, we get more efficient, more effective. So we increased the capacity of our Zoom rooms by 60% by adding the 2 per floor at the jail.
so when was that increase in capacity? When did that take effect?
Well, we actually, we got the approval to move forward. The actual construction of the Zoom rooms is happening as we
Okay,
speak.
it hasn't, we hadn't hit the mark where we have 60% more capacity.
That's correct. I saw a note actually from Judge McBurney to the bench. It's going to happen in about 2 weeks, and that's where we're going to start to see that increase as
So
well.
2 weeks, that will go,
Yeah.
that additional capacity
Yeah.
comes online.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. Did we have a backlog when the pandemic hit?
Yes.
We did have a backlog?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is this: have we implemented procedures and tools to work not only on that backlog, but the backlog that occurred because of the shutdown as well?
Yeah, we in fact, before COVID, we had already started doing things like tracking the judge's performance, looking at the number of cases that each judge had at the jail. We had started a number of the kind of cross-agency meetings. So yes, we started, a lot of the productivity enhancements, improvements were started before COVID. And then once COVID came, then we started focusing on things like virtual and so on. So it's a bit of a combination of things. That's correct.
So just to be clear for the viewing audience, this situation is fluid and it may change day to day in that we will not be able to see concrete numbers until we're further out because of the backlog. And I guess what I'm asking you is, because people are still getting arrested, people are still filing suits, we have to look at the long run outreach, the forecast, so to speak. However, we must take in consideration that we are still operating with our criminal justice partners daily. And so the numbers may fluctuate. They may look, one way and then another as we go into 2023. I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that our listening audience does not get confused onto what we are doing, or more importantly, what your department is doing and implemented in order to attack the backlog and try as much as possible to keep an additional backlog from happening. So if you could do you understand what I'm asking
I
you
do,
to put it
I
in
do.
layman's term? Because I think sometimes we get a little bit too much in the weeds and the listening audience gets lost. So if you could just put it in layman's term as to what we're doing, what our goal is, and the time frame as to how we're looking at the numbers and the fact that they will fluctuate.
Well, so to your point, Commissioner, we started looking at improving the throughput and the operations of the justice system, certainly before my time, but when I joined 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago. And we started a number of things, right? One was how do we do a better job of tracking who is actually in the jail? When I first got here, it was like, how many people do we have in the jail today? And you get different answers. So a lot of work on how do we track and understand the current situation that we're in? How do we track the number of cases moving through the various systems? We implemented upgrades to Odyssey, which is our core technology system. It allows us to have better sense of what's going on and to have some of these transfers. So we did have a program in place to make steady improvement, and then COVID hit, And then we had to pivot and spend more time on things like virtual. And folks may not remember when COVID first hit, we actually were aggressive in terms of having 500 individuals from the jail released because that's what the CDC said. And so we actually reduced our population to, I think it's about 2,400 individuals. Now we're much higher than that, and because of COVID. And so they're parallel paths, but they're very related. We have a path that's focused on ORCA and clearing up the backlog associated with the actual pandemic, but we also had some core fundamental things we were working on before that were exacerbated by that. And so they overlap. And so to answer your question, the fact of the matter is, to put it in some context, every judicial system has a backlog. There probably isn't one in America that doesn't, of some kind. Might be small, might be large. There are a number of things that are considered best practices to reduce it, and our focus is on utilizing those best practices to make as big an impact as we can.
Thank you for that. My only question to you at this point, if you all had not put in place what you put in place, what could the potential issue that we pretty much blocked, so to speak, what could have happened if we had not moved on your suggestions and did what we did as far as the virtual hearings and other things? What potential effect would it have had as far as us trying to reduce that backlog?
Well, we'd have 100,000 plus cases. And I want to say it's not just necessarily my suggestions. I mean, we do a lot of research and look at what other counties are doing across the country and what other states are doing, and to kind of accelerate this. I mean, the goal of when we first start, when the court system was shut down and we moved to Zoom, one of the things we realized was that there were court systems across the country that had been using Zoom, for example, for first appearances for years and years. So in some cases, we were deploying a technology and trying to play catch up. But I think it's fair to say, if we hadn't done this, we'd be in a tougher situation in terms of the backlog and being able to move the system.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
I'll try to be real quick. First of all, let me apologize for jumping ahead. After the county manager went through his comments, I thought maybe that was ORCA, so I didn't know we were going to get in such detail. I should have known that, so I apologize for that. But secondly, this is an incredibly complex situation. I've learned so much from sitting in on these meetings about the complexities of how all this works, and Alton and his team have done an incredible job. And he referred to some earlier Project ORCA efforts. I remember in my first term, we started our elected officials meetings, which some of them suggested that was the first time really they all sat in the same room to talk to each other in their recollections. So there's been a lot of effort to try to make all the justice system work better. I got the floor again really in response to one of Commissioner Ellis's points about the end date of Project ORCA. And one of the things we really haven't talked about, and we do get in the weeds when we do this, is let's remember that we set up a separate funding mechanism of $75 million for this. And the planning has involved trying to make that money last through December of '23, and that's being tracked quite extensively. And because of the problems in hiring folks, you know, we're sort of not spending as fast as the original projections. So arguably, money might still be available after December 23 to wrap it up, but I sure don't want us to extend that deadline and try to all plan to stick to that deadline and hope that we get the hiring done and the money does last through December 23 and we get and the cases resolved. But that's an element of it. The funding of it is a key element, and I just wanted to make that point because it does relate to the end date of the project.
All right, any other comments or questions? Mr. Adams?
No,
Anything else?
thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. Just one PS to that discussion to add to what Commissioner Morris was saying. Don't forget that we also hired Accenture to do an end-to-end process review of the justice system and funded case management standards and training. So I don't know which iteration we're on, but it's probably third or fourth generation by now. And I think this one has the most potential of really having an impact. I wanted to just ask Dr. Rochelle to update you on the Summer Youth Job Training Program that you gave us direction on, and it's page 31, if the clerk can bring that up.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. So briefly, as you know, the board approved $500,000 from ARPA to fund a summer youth job training program. And I'm pleased to announce, through the hard work of purchasing, community development, and external affairs, that application launched on May 16th, Monday. It will run through May 23rd, the application process, that is. We created a simplified application process, and we will fast track the review of these applications so that we can be in place to take advantage of the entire summer. The eligible or the recommended vendors will be nonprofits, 501c3 organizations that have a history of a minimum of 2 years of providing career exploration, job opportunities, or improving educational or employment outcomes. We use this language to align with ARPA standards. Funding must be used to support Fulton County youth ages 16 to 24. We also included a minimum stipend of no less than $15 an hour and a minimum of 100 hours during the contract period, which will end on March 31st. We will also target zip code-based risk factors, so applications that are going to serve certain zip codes that have been determined to have higher indicators of risk for youth will receive priority points. So thank you again for this funding, and we look forward to bringing you the recommendations in June.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman?
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. My office has received quite a bit of calls about this, and thank you for clearing up some of that. I just want, for the record and for the listening audience, because some of the misunderstanding has been, and I am humbled for you to correct me if need be, is that you can't be a startup. However, if you meet the requirements that you all have put forth that meets what you just stated, is it that you have to already have been doing business with Fulton County, or is it that you have to have been approved by Fulton County? Because some of the nonprofits have a misunderstanding, and it's whether it's on their end or our end. I just want to clear it up.
Thank you, Commissioner. You do not have to be a current vendor with Fulton County. As long as you have had a track record, as we've defined as a minimum of 2 years in providing these types of services, you do not have to be a current vendor. You would enroll as a vendor if you were approved.
Thank you for that, because I've had quite a bit of information, and I told them I did not think that they were saying that they had to have already been an approved vendor with Fulton County. And I told them you have to have the history.
Yes, ma'am.
However, and you're not a startup.
That's right.
However, that you would be able to apply for the funding. That's correct, right?
That you're absolutely correct. And when those vendors are approved, we will give them the information they need to register as a new vendor with the county.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Rochelle, how would someone that is not registered as a vendor find out about the RFP?
So we welcome the opportunity to have our district offices please share the information with your constituents regarding the application. It's an online application. We've been promoting it through our social media channels. The link is fultoncountyga.gov/youth job training. And so we've made the application simplified compared to a full RFP. And we're just attempting to spread the word through the channels that we have here at Fulton County.
So those organizations that are already registered to do business with Fulton County and who already have a vendor's number, don't they automatically receive any RFP that falls under the category of what they actually do as far as their organization's business or service?
So in the Department of Community Development, we have an email list of vendors we've had in the past, those that we currently have, and we send that out. If I could turn to Ms. Donna Jenkins to confirm that BidNet will send this information to any registered vendor.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Donna Jenkins, Deputy Chief Purchasing Agent. The way it works, it was posted to BidNet, and any vendor that goes out and look at solicitations on BidNet currently, that information is out there to any vendor.
Thank you. So that makes it a lot easier when a vendor is already registered because they will automatically get the information. Is that correct? That's what you just said.
They don't automatically get the information. If they go out there and look for it, yes, it's available to any
Oh, so they have
vendor.
to go look for it. They're not going to be sent it directly.
No, it's just like any other solicitation, no.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's where the problem lies, because I have had a lot of calls from people who have nonprofit organizations that saw the board meeting where we approved the summer program, but they were saying, you know, where is the information for the bid? And literally my chief of staff had to find it and send it to everyone. So I was trying to figure out, is there a way that people are automatically knowing about this if they're already registered or we have already given them previous grant funding? I was hoping that we would automatically just send it to those people who are registered and who have already who've already received grant funding, but I see that that's part of why they're not getting the information. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, that concludes our report.
All right. Madam Clerk, let's see now, it's 12:31. Can we get through the next two sections before we recess for lunch and executive session?
Okay, bottom of page 7, 22-0362, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is
I'm
open.
sorry, just a minute. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't press the button fast enough. If you look at the last page of this report, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Fulton County Emergency Procurements Report, it actually shows where there was an accident, and I saw this sign on the corner of Peachtree and Mitchell, and it was so bashed up and knocked over, but I see that that is the sign that's mentioned on here. Do we know what police department was doing the chase and who actually knocked that sign down? Mr. Herman?
Let me
are
ask
you
Joe
pointing-
Davis.
Oh, Joe Davis?
If he has that information.
Okay.
Hello, Commissioner Joe Davis, Director of Real Estate Asset Management. This was a high-speed police chase involving the city of Atlanta. The actual vehicle that struck the sign was not a police vehicle, it's actually the person being chased.
Okay, and so did that person have insurance, and will we get reimbursed for the cost of putting the sign back using our general fund dollars?
I cannot recall the police report off the top of my head as it relates to whether they had insurance. We do know that we are going through the risk management process, so that is being handled in terms of getting refunded the money.
All right, great. Thank you, Joe.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote, please. This will be on 0362.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0363, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the May 18th budget sounding.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Hall. Madam CFO, what do we have here?
Mr. Chairman, at the last board meeting, the board took an action item up to approve the county attorney negotiating an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Alpharetta for the renovation of the Alpharetta jail. This is the funding for the resources that would be necessary to make that happen so that that jail facility can be reopened.
What's the source of the $517,000?
Our soundings contingency, our emergency contingency fund.
And where will the employees come from that will be used to staff that facility?
My understanding is that the sheriff is covering the employee cost out of his existing budget.
Not the cost, but where the live bodies come from, since on the ORCA report, they've only been able to hire 2 for ORCA.
The sheriff would have to respond to how he's staffing it. I understand from a meeting on a different subject matter that he's identified at least 22 individuals that would be assigned to the Alpharetta jail.
But still only 2 for ORCA.
The sheriff would have to answer that question.
Okay. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you happen to know if those are present employees, deputies that are going to be going to the Alpharetta jail, or are those new employees? Is there anybody here that can answer that question?
I don't know for certain. My interpretation is that it was a reassignment, but he did not say that specifically.
So it could be a reassignment, but we don't know for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. The questions that we're asking now should have been asked before this was approved, but the question was called and they were not able to get these questions answered, but we'll have to deal with it. Motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 8, 22-0364, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to amend an existing contract, provide additional interior design furniture for Peachtree, MLK, East Point Library expansions.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0365, request approval to amend an existing contract, provide additional construction services for Northeast Rural, Oaks, Northside, and Buckhead libraries.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0366, Senior Services, request approval to amend existing contracts to provide minor home repairs.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, a second by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0367, request approval to increase spending authority to provide transportation services, ride sharing through Uber and Lyft.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, a second by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0368, Public Works, request approval of an IGA with the City of Milton for water main relocations associated with the intersection improvement of Hopewell Road and Bethany Bend.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. And Commissioner Abdul Rahman has the floor, and there were 3 items on the consent agenda that we're taking up along with this item. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Director David Clark, is he still here? Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. I had some questions that I wanted to ask concerning this. The purpose of this agreement to give more than $500,000 to the City of Milton is to meet the public purpose of transportation and infrastructure improvements, including water. Is that correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. David Clark, Public Works Director for Fulton County. The $500,000 is to relocate our existing water line that is in conflict with an intersection project that the City of Milton is doing. So the City of Milton is doing the road project, and we have to move the existing water main out from their way. And in the past, we have found the most cost-effective way of doing that is by entering an IGA with the cities, that they will do the work for us, and then we will pay them back, as opposed to us bringing our own contractor into the project and having our contractor and their contractor step on each other during the construction process.
Okay, so you said you wouldn't characterize it the way that I asked it. Let me ask you this. Would they be able to do this, what they're intended, what they're trying to do without this? They would not be able to relocate or do the things that you've just stated was to what's needed?
Well, it's not the city's responsibility to relocate the water lines. It's the county's responsibility.
Okay, so the county's duty to Milton is the reason that this needs to be done?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it a public purpose to provide infrastructure improvements, including repairing detention ponds with backed up sewage and providing clean water to all citizens? Would you consider that a public purpose? Yes or no?
All except for detention ponds. Fulton County no longer maintains detention ponds. We just do water north of the Chattahoochee River and sanitary sewer outside of the city of Atlanta.
So I'm assuming that would be a no?
That would be it would be a partial yes, with the exception of what you asked about detention ponds. That would be a no.
Well, I'm not sure maybe you understood the question, so I'll ask it again. Is it a public purpose to provide infrastructural improvements, including repairing detention ponds with backed up sewage and providing clean water to all citizens?
All right.
So are you saying part of that
Just a minute.
you would like to answer?
No,
Excuse me?
Just a minute. We're not discussing retention ponds publicly. That's a matter for executive session.
So am I not allowed to ask him the question?
Not that question. We will take that up in executive session.
Okay, I'm not sure, County Attorney. I'm not asking about a particular detention pond. I'm asking, is it a public purpose, yes or no?
I rule that is not appropriate at this time. That's a matter for executive session. Now, any commissioner.
So does that mean the county attorney can't answer it?
Just a minute. Anyone can make a motion to overrule my ruling. Is there a motion to overrule my ruling? Is there a motion? Thank you. Next item.
And so am I not allowed to ask the county
This is
attorney a question?
matter for executive session. We've discussed that, Commissioner.
So, Chairman, with all due respect, I'm asking you, am I not, as a sitting commissioner, allowed to ask the county attorney a question?
This is a matter, Commissioner, for executive session. You're free to ask anything you want to in executive session.
So I'm not allowed to ask the county attorney, who responds to all sitting commissioners, not just the chairman. I am not, as a sitting commissioner, allowed to ask her a question, yes or no?
On this item, in executive session, you can ask anything you want. Anything else should be out of order. Continue, Madam Clerk.
So I have some more questions that I need to ask of this person.
Thank you.
Do you have a problem with me doing that?
As long as it's not on this issue. And a motion before us is to approve this issue. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis.
And as a
Just
sitting
minute.
commissioner, I can ask the question. You didn't
Second.
allow me to finish asking my questions.
I'm restating the motion. The motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I still have the floor. I want to ask you, I see that the list of repairs and replacements for the City of Milton project in this agreement in Exhibit A, I just would like to confirm some numbers with you, please.
Okay.
I see here that it requires a water main 8-inch DIP. That's going to be a total cost for that particular item of $178,500. Is that correct? In Exhibit A, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the seventh item down.
Yeah, I see it now, yes.
Okay.
That is correct, $178,500.
$178,500. I see also an insertion valve, 8 to 12 inch. That's going to be a total cost of $60,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I also see tap and sleeve and valve assembly. I see a price of $10,000, and below it, I see the fire hydrant, a price of $33,000. Is that correct as well?
That's correct.
And also the flowable fill, the third item down, I see $17,500.
That's correct.
So I see this total cost of this project as $503,000 and $503,585. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, I would like to ask you as well, in the intergovernmental agreement, could you tell the public what Section 4, bullet point 3 says? Could you just read it into the record, please? Of the intergovernmental agreement.
Section 4, Bullet 3.
Yes, please.
The county shall respond in a timely manner to any issue that may arise during the construction phase. Every effort shall be made not to delay the contractor under any circumstances.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the county's role and responsibility is to respond in a timely manner to ensure we provide infrastructure improvements, including water, in a timely manner. That is correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, in the agreement with the City of Milton, could you tell the public what Section 6 under additional understandings, bullet point 1 says? If you could just read that into the record, please.
The parties shall work together in a cooperative and coordinated effort and in such a manner and fashion to bring about the achievement and fulfillment of the goals and objectives of this IGA.
Thank you. So the county is to work in a cooperative and coordinated effort with the City of Milton to achieve this intergovernmental agreement, which is to improve the infrastructure and water for citizens of Milton in North Fulton. Is that correct, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have to ask you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Mr. Clark, these are pretty routine when it comes to these road projects, right? We've entered into a lot of these IGAs, right?
Especially with the institution of T-SPLOST over the last
right.
couple of years, yes.
And in those particular areas where we've got responsibility for this stuff, we're paying this via a ratepayer-generated fund, correct?
That's right, the water and sewer fund.
So people that are in those areas are basically funding it through the rates that they're paying.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else? The motion on the floor is to approve. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, there are 3 items removed from the consent agenda by Commissioner Abdul Rahman to be discussed along with the one that we just approved. First one is on page 4. Is that correct?
Yes, page 422-0346, Public Works. Request approval of a change order less than 10% for the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility Expansion Project.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, I noticed that the change order for this is 201,545 for the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility Expansion. I would like to know what is the total overall cost of this project before this change order request.
David Clark, Public Works Director again. The original contract that was awarded back in 2020 was for $274,768,712.
Thank you. Also, this is to cover the impacts of tariffs. Could you please explain to the listening public what these tariffs are exactly and what is causing the need for us to add more money to this project in this change order, please?
Some of the material that we are using as part of this project is coming from outside the United States, and they have been subject to new tariffs and taxes that we were not expecting when we awarded the project initially back in 2020.
And so that is what's causing the need for us to add more money to this project, correct? In this change order?
Right.
Okay. What is the purpose of the expansion of the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility?
We're taking the existing facility, which currently treats 24 million gallons a day in wastewater, to 32 million gallons a day in the future.
So would that be considered increased usage? That's why? I'm just trying to put it for the listening audience.
Right, there's been growth in the area.
Growth in the area. Thank you, I appreciate that. What citizens and businesses and neighborhoods and communities are impacted by this expansion of the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility?
I think you mean which areas are served. not
Yes,
necessarily
please.
in-
I'm sorry.
Big Creek wastewater treatment plant serves a portion of Johns Creek, Alpharetta, most of Roswell, and Sandy Springs.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, would it be the opinion that the recommendation for this expansion needs to take place because it will improve the public health and safety in the terms of clean water supply?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0347, Senior Services. Request approval to increase spending authority to provide congregate meals and nutrition education.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
1 second, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry. I had to get my notes. What is our current allocated amount we spend on meals under this agreement and grant with Open Hand? Who, can someone answer? I'm sorry, ladies, I was getting my notes. I didn't mean to not recognize you was there, but could you answer that first question for me? I'll repeat it. What is our current allotted amount we spend on meals under this agreement and grant with Open Hand?
Ladisa Onilagu, Director for the Department of Senior Services. For clarification, Commissioner, are you requesting for the cost per meal or the contract amount?
I would say the contract amount.
Okay.
If you're able, are you able to give me the contract amount?
Yes, and it is included in the agenda item, but for this particular vendor,
Ladisa?
Yes.
I have the information. Madam Commissioner, this contract for 2022, we started with an amendment on March 2nd, $300,000. We added additional funding for $23,000 on April 20th, and this request is for $254,000. The original award dates all the way back to 2017, and we have provided this service through this vendor from 2017 through today, and the total contract value from 2017 up through today has been $16 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know we spend funds from this grant feeding seniors. To what extent are we providing any meals for children and youth?
The contract only indicates meals for senior residents age 60 and above, so this is only for seniors, and I'm unable to answer the question for children and youth.
Dr. Rochelle, does Fulton County have any program that provides any meals for children and youth?
We do not have any current programs. During the height of the pandemic, using CARES funding, we did provide meals for children residing in hotels, but as of today, we don't have a meal program for children.
Okay, and since this leads me to my next question. For this summer, will we have any programs to feed children and youth this summer as we have in the past, as you've stated?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. This, for me, is not just about meals, but also nutrition education. What are the methods and what is the staffing used to provide nutrition education?
The contractor provides nutrition education at our neighborhood senior centers. I had an opportunity to see some of those counselors come into the New Horizon facility last week. And on that day, 2 individuals come, they have a topic that they discuss, and that's one aspect of how they provide counseling and education to our seniors.
That's great. Would you happen to know if that is going on across the board, or was it just with New Horizons? Would you
That is a part, yes, ma'am. That's a part of the contract and a requirement.
Okay. The requirement of the nutritional counseling. Thank you. In terms of our budgeting for this program, what is the percentage of the grants that we spend on actual food and the nutrition education and counseling parts of this grant?
Commissioner, I would like to provide that breakdown to you after today. We'll get that information for you.
Please do, thank you. Considering our homeless problem in Fulton County, what can we do within any of our food and meal grants to feed the homeless population?
Madam Commissioner, one avenue that we can look at would be through our emergency solution grants. We have allocated those funds for 2022. We should be receiving an allocation soon from HUD, and one of the priority areas we could add could be meal provision.
Okay, great. And so are there any partnerships that we can join? For instance, like Hosea Feed the Hungry and others, is there a possibility for us to be able to do a partnership to feed the homeless?
So we will confirm in the HUD regs how we would need to move forward with a meal provisions for the homeless, but we do have the ability to take board priorities and make those the priority areas that we will fund through the ESG program.
Thank you, I appreciate you all.
You're welcome.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Bottom of page 5 on the consent agenda, under Justice and Safety, 22-0354, Juvenile Court requests approval to award a contract without competition to provide the implementation of data collection and reporting updates to the Fulton County Juvenile Court's case management system.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask. This is nearly a $500,000 contract. Is there any minority participation in this contract?
No, Commissioner, this is the case management system, JCAT Scanning Solutions, is making updates to their current system, our case management system.
And so I guess there are no women, Black, Latino businesses are part of this contract, but they are looking, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were saying.
So what's on the board for the agenda today is to actually enhance and update and convert our case management system to make upgrades. It's offered through Canon Solutions. They may have minorities that work for them, but I couldn't speak to that. I can only speak to that is what they're looking to update and upgrade our system.
So you wouldn't be able to speak for the contractor as to whether they have any women, Black, or Latino businesses as a part of this contract? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can you explain to the public why this is a contract without competition?
If I can, Tim, let me add if I can. It's an extension of an existing software platform that's actually the primary platform for all of the juvenile court systems in the state of Georgia. And so, to answer your first question, it's an extension rather than a total RFP bid. And secondly, because it is an existing company and it is a piece of software, it wouldn't be the type of RFP or response that we would expect to have various responses in terms of minority content.
Thank you. My second question was, can you explain to the public why this is a contract without competition? I guess you kind of said it, but just in layman's terms, would you mind just reiterating that for me?
So we're looking to make some updates to our system. Currently, our case management system operates off of Internet Explorer. It has an end date where Internet Explorer will end in June 15th. And so without this update, our case management system will be open to any security issues. And so this .NET conversion, as well as adding an e-filing portal, will allow us to do that through our current case management system, JCATS.
And so just to kind of put it in layman's term, the not doing this will put us at a risk.
Yes, it put us at a security risk.
As a security risk. That's what I wanted to make sure that the public knew. What are some of the, well, I noticed that we talk about other youth outcomes to measure. If you can speak about that, what are the other outcomes we are looking at here outside of the recidivism rate? Are you able to speak to any of that?
Sure. So currently, the JCAT system doesn't allow for robust reporting, so we have to depend on the vendor to provide us reports, and they charge us by the hour. This part of this enhancement will allow us to do different reporting, like on our own KPIs, as well as recidivism rate the number of cases assigned to each judge and things like that. So that allows us to do it internally compared to having to use the vendor to provide those services to us.
Thank you. Also, what are some of the areas of improvement the court aims to achieve through this system? Let me just kind of expound, because I want you to, for our listening audience, to kind of put this in layman's terms. We know that this is nearly $500,000 will further the goal of the measuring implementation progress and guide improvements. What does that mean in layman's language, please? So what I'm asking for our listening audience, because I do get calls, I do have people that call, and so I don't want to put words in their mouth. I want you to answer them. What are some of the areas of improvement that the court aims to achieve through this system in layman's terms, please?
So some of the things that we look to achieve are to be able to use any internet browser to access our case management system, whether it's Internet Explorer, which is leaving, or Google Chrome, Edge, Firefox, so that's one of them. Also, we're looking to implement an e-filing portal, so that'll allow the public or users, our court users, to file from home and actually move us closer to being a more paperless environment, because as a document is filed from a petitioner, it'll go to the judge to review. The judge can actually review it, issue an order, a ruling, come back to the clerk, and actually go into the file. And lastly, it will enhance our reporting. So like I said before, a lot of our reporting, we have to rely on the vendor to provide for us because of the way the system is currently configured. This actually allocates some grant dollars to actually be able to allow us to do a lot more reporting internally instead of utilizing the vendor.
Thank you. And finally, so we are spending $500,000 on tracking. What currently do we spend in juvenile court and juvenile crime prevention programs? Can you speak to that? And is this the area that we need improvement in?
I can speak to what our current contract is for the case management system. The annual maintenance is $135,000. We've actually negotiated, and these are grant funds, Commissioner. So we are on our third no-cost extension with the Office of Juvenile and Delinquency Prevention. And so one of the things we did is we showed the need of what we were looking for to enhance internally. They allowed us through reallocation to utilize this $500,000 before the grant ends in September. And so we've identified those, they've approved it. We put it out for competition, and then now we're ready to move forward with those enhancements before September ends.
Thank you. And my final question, do we need more improvement in this area?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Do we need more improvement in this area with dealing with juveniles and what our goal is, which is to eradicate the problem with the crimes that they're committing? Do we need more improvement in this area as a whole?
I wouldn't say we need more improvement, but the court is always open for support. So as you know, with juvenile cases in juvenile court, we're looking and we rely as a community. One of our missions is to rehabilitate and restore families, and so that takes a community effort. So we are always looking for partners and volunteers from the public to get involved and get engaged. And so we're always looking for support in that way, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Arrington?
The money for this software system this is grant funded money, right?
That's correct.
So to put it in layman terms, if anyone had read this, they would have known that this was grant money, right?
It is grant funded, Commissioner.
Commissioner?
I'm done.
Commissioner Hall?
And just to, thank you, Mr. Chair, just to get some clarification, this is a statewide system, is that not correct?
Yes.
And that's why this is the only vendor, because this is a statewide system, and this vendor has done this work. And as a former IT executive of over 25 years, I know that you want to maintain that contract with the vendor who initially put your system in place, because they know every aspect of how that system is in place, how it's operating, all of the maintenance needs and everything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? Second. All right, properly moved in second. Let's vote on the call of the question.
Okay, and the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
On the motion that's on the floor, which is to approve, let's vote.
And the motion to approve passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's approximately 1:10, and would entertain a motion to recess for lunch, real estate, litigation, and personnel. Please vote. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
No, no. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney,
Recording
you
in
ready?
progress.
Items from executive session?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation as set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
I'll second. Let's vote, please. Ask the motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Is there a motion to approve the measures as set forth
And the
in
motion
item?
passes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
5 yeas, 0 nays.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Now, is there a motion to approve the measures set forth in item number 4 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further items from executive session, Chairman Pitts.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, Commissioners' action items, 22-0331, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinance to modify Code Section 101-66B3 to prioritize public comments to Fulton County residents.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Oh, Commissioner Arrington, did you want to go ahead?
Well, I was just going to ask the clerk if she had time to think about a process for how she could identify Fulton County residents so that we could prioritize them.
Yes, once the speakers come in to fill out the speaker cards, right now, we do not require them to include their full address. Now, we will make it a point to explain to each speaker that it's a requirement to fill out the speaker cards. And as they come down to address the board, they will need to, along with giving their name, confirm that they are Fulton County residents. And we will explain that if you're not a Fulton County resident, you will still be able to speak, either within the allotted 30-minute time or at the end of the meeting, but Fulton County residents will speak first.
Yes, but I think the issue is, will they be required to present identification? How do you know if they are in fact a Fulton County resident?
We can try to get identification, but sometimes I don't think that's something that we'll be able to police. It'll be more so of an honor system. If they are willing to provide their identification, we'll gladly look at it, but I can't guarantee everyone will have an ID with that Fulton County address.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we want to make sure that every citizen is able to speak. And I understand the reasoning behind this, in that we want to make sure that our Fulton County residents have that opportunity first and foremost, because everything that we do impacts the Fulton County residents. And so we definitely want to hear from them, and we want to give them the first opportunity to do so. During the last meeting, I brought up 2 friendly amendments that I wanted to add to this resolution, and that was so that we continue to do the Zoom and the email. We should also include the Zoom and the email in this resolution. And Commissioner Arrington, you accepted that friendly amendment at the last BLC meeting, and I just want to make sure that that is being added. Madam County Attorney, can you clarify or confirm?
It's my understanding that some amended language was brought down earlier in the day. I'm not sure if it was delivered to your staff or to Commissioner Arrington's. Was it? It was not?
No.
Okay. let me.
Okay. It was just my friendly amendment to include the Zoom and the email, since those are the other opportunities that we afford our constituents to use to make their public comment.
So to the extent that the board decides to amend or adjust any of the language that is in the attachment to today's agenda, our office will be happy to conform the final version to whatever the board decides to go with.
Okay. And can you answer the question about if it can be required by the clerk that ID be shown to confirm residency, and if someone is actually a resident of Fulton County?
So we would have to do a legal analysis as to what concerns there may be with requiring that, but as a practical matter, I would imagine it would be like making people wear masks in a building. It's like if someone says no, and then it may present practical concerns.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Two concerns that I have with this. One is that if there is a business owner in Fulton County that does not live in Fulton County, or there is a nonprofit organization that the person lives outside of Fulton County but operates the nonprofit in Fulton County, we are excluding them. Also, I would need to know, how do you enforce the ID? Do you require picture ID? Do you accept college ID? Do you accept a student ID? I mean, I think, and maybe the county attorney, maybe she may need time, I don't know, but I think this is so important of an issue that we need to make sure, one, that those who are operating businesses in Fulton County that can be affected by this, that we are not keeping them away from being able to be a part of that group. Also, the nonprofits, also, when people come in and they sign up and they say, for instance, in this case, well, I'm a Fulton County resident, and then it's time for them to speak, Madam Clerk, and they say, oops, my ID is in my car, can I run and get it? What are we gonna do in cases like that? Are we gonna tell them they can't speak, that they gotta wait? So to me, it's a lot of moving parts to this that we have not addressed. And I would just ask my colleagues and the county attorney to make sure that not only this is a fair process, but it does not put an undue burden on our clerks, because we're asking for ID, if we're gonna ask for ID, and then the ones that are Zooming in and emailing, when they email one, are we gonna require them to say that they're a Fulton County resident? I mean, we have not dealt with this all the way, and so I still have concerns that have not been addressed.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
I would like to ask our CIO, Mr. Menendez, to come up with a way. This is a very simple task, online, in person or not. If you want to speak, you have to register in advance. You want to register in advance, you submit your request through the website, and you upload a copy of your ID. It's real simple. Delta Airlines does it every day. They do it every day. You submit your stuff, and if you don't have it, you don't get to speak. Or you get to speak after the Fulton County residents that do have their IDs. You go to the state capitol, you can't even get in the building without presenting your ID. That's gonna be next. You shouldn't be able to come in this building without presenting your ID. So we're gonna get there real quick. but I'm gonna make a motion to hold for 30 days so the CIO, the clerk, the attorney, and whoever else can get together and come up with a plan. It's real simple.
I second.
It's real simple. Submit your request online in advance and you upload a copy of your ID. Real simple.
All right, without objection, we'll hold. Continue. 30 days.
There's a motion on the floor to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0369, request approval of a resolution authorizing a pledge in an amount not to exceed $100,000 to the Fourth Ward Neighborhood Association in support of revitalization efforts for the 54 columns public art installation project.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, and I seconded the motion. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will you approach, please? And just introduce yourselves. All right. I just want to say it has been a long time coming, and I'm so excited to see this on the agenda because when I moved to the Old Fourth Ward in 1999, as you know, this was something that was being, discussed, and for many years now, we have all wanted to see this beautified. There's a history behind these columns, and if Mr. Chair wants that history to just briefly be discussed or told to this board.
Sure. So 54 Columns is a world-renowned sculpture park on the corner of Highland and Glen Iris. It was installed in 1999, and in the following year, it was rated one of the top 24 public art installations in all of America. It is Fulton County property. It was built by the renowned minimalist Saul LeWitt. His works appear in the Tate Museum in London and the High Museum here in MoMA in New York. And our idea, our goal here is to really build the dream of what we were trying to do initially when it was built in 1999 and make it a place that's really a community gathering and bring it to life. So we will add uplighting, we'll add walkway through there, we'll add stairs so that people can sit there. We've already had inquiries to have small dance recitals there. So the neighborhood is embarking on really revitalizing this space, and 54 Columns is an anchor to that.
Well, Fulton County is very big on supporting arts and culture, and as a former member of the NPUM board, executive board, and having sat and discussed this installation for many years, I'm excited to see this before us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0370, request approval of a resolution authorizing the transfer of title and fee simple of certain real property from Fulton County to the city of South Fulton, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, Madam County Attorney, you want to?
For this item,
Trammell Crow.
I'm sorry.
This is a Trammell Crow.
Yes, for this item, the action requested is to authorize the final actions that are necessary to complete the transfer of certain properties that were slated for transfer to the city of South Fulton. Some of them had various impediments. For example, if a bond was not completely repaid, then we were not in a position to transfer it in prior times. We've now identified these properties as ripe for transfer and are asking, and the resolution would allow the chairman to execute any necessary closing documents, transfer documents, and for our office to assist in making sure that those documents are in order.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Ellis would like to be heard.
Yeah, I think that I was going to ask the question generally of, why these were coming for us now and why they weren't transferred earlier. And the answer is, I think effectively been answers that they were previously encumbered, and now they're not. And this just effectuate, kind of the transfer similar to the other properties that were not encumbered when they were transferred.
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
Commissioner Arrington? All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0371, request approval of a resolution in support of women's rights and the rights of privacy of all citizens and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay, these are the three that I mentioned earlier. It could be proclamations or resolutions, but there's nothing wrong with them coming on as a resolution. Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Yes, I basically put this forward in support of women's rights and the rights of privacy of all citizens and for other purposes. And the purpose that I want to reiterate, Chairman, is your displeasure with the amount of time that we're using for proclamations, which led to my decision to do it this way. And so I would ask for my colleagues to recognize it as well as to support me in this.
All right, what's your pleasure? Is there a motion? All right, motion is to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Rockman, you want to be heard again?
No, I'm sorry, it didn't come on.
All right, Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, as someone who supports women's right to choose and deal with it, with her and her physicians and family to the extent that's important. I guess as I read this, some of the language seems just a little strident to me, and there's a whereas clause that refers to Republican justices and Democratic justices, and I didn't think Supreme Court justices were Republicans or Democrats. That's in the fourth whereas clause. And then,
Hold on. Where are you, Commissioner?
it's the fourth whereas clause.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, your concern there, Commissioner?
Yeah, with the language, with 5 Republican justices and 2 Democrat justices in the majority of that landmark decision. Maybe if those were struck, so it would be decided by a 7-2 court, 1973, written by Justice Blackmun, or however that ought to read. And then in the last whereas clause, the strong belief that if the court revokes this right, that these other rights are in the crosshairs. I don't know how universal that strong belief is that this would be a domino. I've heard that said by people. I certainly hope that isn't the case. I'm not sure. I believe that there's a strong belief that this would automatically result in these other things being jeopardized. So just some of the language, as I said, just is somewhat.
Okay, hold on now. So let's hold on. Well, on page 284, the 1, 2, the fourth whereas, and then the last. the fourth whereas on page, well, the fourth whereas thousands of this one. And then the last whereas there's a strong belief. On the last one. On the-
Top of the second page.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he has a problem with those two.
I'll accept the changes, Chairman.
If Commissioner is suggesting that. if
Maybe
those-
that last whereas be, we'd just delete it?
Yeah. Yeah, if he were to delete, I think that's what he's saying. Those two, he has, that doesn't impact negatively
No.
impact the purpose.
No, I don't think so.
And Commissioner says that she will accept those two. All right, Commissioner? anything
Yeah,
else?
that's all.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Well, first off, just sort of a procedural thing. Number one, I think we got three issues before us. Two are more what I would style in the form of a proclamation. This I would not style in the form of a proclamation. This is what I would classify in the category of an urging resolution, which is distinctly different and not something that we would typically take up in the context of a proclamation, because clearly I think everybody up here is fully in support of Memorial Day and of Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but clearly there are a lot of people that have different views on the issues involved in 0371. So I think that they're distinctly different. So I did want to point that out for the record. And then number two, just sort of as a matter of course, and I just think it's something just from a procedural standpoint, probably less of an issue here since they're maybe not really a material issue here over these two other items, since the nature of them don't require expenditure of funds or really, action upon our part of, it's going to obligate, kind of this board or taxpayers to do something. But these three items, the way that they're before us, they do not appear to have gone through legal review. They're not numbered, they're in a different style and so forth. And I think as a matter of course, sort of going forward, and it may not be in our procedural rules right now, but I think it's something that does need to be, looked at and considered in our procedural rules, that stuff that comes before us in the form of a resolution has undergone, kind of the whole legal review, and it's and it's codified in the way that we do all our items, just for consistency purposes. So that's a procedural point that I wanted to raise. The other item I think is, well, I just withhold comment. I don't think it's really, should be before us right now on something that's, conjecture right now based on a decision that hasn't even been made and codified, and we don't know what it is, so.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you want to be heard again?
Yes, just momentarily, Chairman. We pass resolutions every MLK Day. We don't do a proclamation. So I would just suggest that if, once again, if we're looking for consistency, let's try to have it in everything. And more importantly for me, like I said, my reasoning for doing this was purposely because of your displeasure with the long amount of time that the proclamations are going. And so if we're going to move in that arena with this, I'm asking for, one, a sense of fairness. And for two, I'm also asking that this is something very important, Memorial Day. This is something very important, just like MLK Day. And so here again, if it needs to go through legal and all these other things, just for us to recognize Memorial Day by resolution, as opposed to extending the time that we already is long for proclamations, then maybe we should take that up. But at the end of the day, I'm willing to accept any changes, but I am asking for support of these, considering the issues for all of them. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ellis, you have brought this up before in the past about. We need to all ensure that we send our resolutions through the county attorney's office for legal vetting and other formatting and everything. You have said this before. And so, I've always been in agreement with that anyway. The county attorney's office will confirm that if anything, I send even the most frivolous things to them because I want everything vetted for legality, and I will ask them to send it to the ethics office for, to see if it's unethical as well. I do that on everything. So this is a practice that is just a normal part of, and my chief of staff, who has always been my my legislative assistant, she knows that everything has to go. Don't bring it to me until you have actually sent it to the county attorney's office. So I need to ask, Madam County Attorney, have you seen this? Has your office seen this and had input on it?
I believe these resolutions, the 3 resolutions, were prepared by the Commissioner's Office. I don't know if they were discussed with any of my staff, but if so, I am not aware of that, and this does not appear to be in our format.
What was the last thing you said?
It's not in the format.
Just for formatting purposes, it does not appear to be in the format we normally use, and that is why I do not believe my office had any involvement in the drafting of this.
Okay, well, in any of the 3?
I'm not aware that we had any involvement in the drafting of 0371, 0373, or 0374.
Two.
I'm sorry, 0372.
1,
I'm
2,
sorry.
3.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. That's correct.
Okay, can we hold this and allow these changes that have been requested, the county attorney to vet and look at this? I'm very big on allowing the county attorney's office to vet every resolution that comes before us to ensure that there's legal language and everything is okay. Can we hold this? I'm going to make a substitute motion to hold.
All right, substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? All right, I'll second it for discussion, to hold.
Did it get me?
What?
Yeah.
All right, you still have the floor, Commissioner.
That's it.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Let me just say this. I appreciate my colleagues, but to make an issue about a Memorial Day resolution saying it needs to go to legal, it needs to do all of that, is ludicrous. And I want to go on record to all of those brave people who have served our country and continue to serve our country, that we are, I got the floor, Chairman, let me finish, please. For us to have a conversation about this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. At some point, your hatred for Commissioner Khadijah cannot outweigh the citizens of Fulton County and those who have served our forces.
Point of order, Chair.
The point of order is you are all out of order.
Commissioner, go ahead. What's your point of order?
Decorum, Commissioner, Chairman. First of all,
The item that's, please, ladies and gentlemen, the item that's before us is 0371, which still reads as follows. Approval of a resolution in support of women's rights and the rights of privacy of all citizens and for other purposes, not the other two. There's only one item before us at this point in time.
all right, and Mr. Chair, I just want to say I am not participating in any strife amongst us. The bottom line for me is that I always have all of my resolutions vetted by the county attorney, period. And to find out that it has not been, I would like for it to be. And anyone who does not agree with that, then you really are disagreeing with just going through a legal process of vetting, and why would anyone not want to do that? That just makes no sense to me. This has nothing to do with anything else other than that. And we can take the time to make those edits that Commissioner Morris has asked us to do. This is in collaboration. This is in a manner of collaboration and working together, not negativity and strife. Can we all just get along, please? At least I know there's 6 of us that do that.
All right, we're on item 22-0371. That's the only thing that's before us at this point in time. The substitute motion before us is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, now back to the main motion, which was to approve. Motion by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. There were 2 friendly amendments that were accepted by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. We were striking the 3rd whereas and the last whereas. So the motion before us is to approve. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion to approve as amended passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0372, request approval of a resolution in observance of and support of Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chairman. Here again, the Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander population of Fulton County has increased. I actually have some that are in my district, and I thought the inclusiveness of Fulton County, that this would be a great resolution in observance and support of Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Heritage Month and for other purposes. I do know that Commissioner Hall did give something out early this morning, a proclamation. I am not trying to be redundant. However, this speaks to only the Asian American and the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander heritage individuals, you know, in our area and while we're celebrating it. And I would like for my colleagues to actually support it.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0373, request approval of a resolution in observance of Memorial Day in Fulton County.
All right, is there a motion? Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I don't need to speak, sir.
All right, motion
Chairman.
to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Ellis?
Just like to take a point of privilege. I know there are a number of Memorial Day services that will be taking place in our community coming up. And I'll take a point of privilege to invite anyone that would like to attend one that will be taking place in Milton. I think this is probably the 11th one that they've done. And it's a great event. And it'll be at 10 a.m. on the grounds of the park, of Freedom Park, and it's at the intersection of Deerfield Parkway and Webb Road. And they have a very unique tradition where they have line crosses with all the names of the fallen within the community and their relatives. So it's, I would encourage you, if that's not the opportunity for you, I would encourage you to find a service somewhere to recognize those who gave all.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0374, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, April 21st, meeting summary sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Again, this is the usual summary minutes of the last Invest Atlanta Board meeting, April 21st meeting, and a summary of the 4 items that were adopted by that board. If anybody wants additional information about any of those, I'd be delighted to get it for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next item, Madam Clerk.
22-0375, Atlanta Beltline, May 11th, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, as usual, this is the CEO's report. We really don't have minutes, but some significant items are listed in there. If I can find it. We had a tremendous fundraising success on the funding of the Trails project, in addition to the Woodruff Foundation's $80 million grant and the USDOT's RAISE grant of $16.46 million. We also received an appropriation from the federal government of $5 million. Of course, we had previously celebrated the passage by the Atlanta City Council of the Special Services District legislation around the Beltline, which is proposed to raise about $100 million for the trails. But the most recent news is the Cox Foundation's $30 million gift, which all of those things together just about fund the rest of the construction of the trail around the Beltline. I'm still hopeful we're going to find some way to do the transit around the Beltline, which was one of the original ideas of the Beltline, and that funding is still a long way off. But the trail funding is something to celebrate, and that's mentioned in the CEO's report.
All right, next item.
On page 10, 22-0376, whistleblower protection, procedures, and policies in Fulton County, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Commissioner.
Yes, Chairman, I would like to ask a few questions, starting with Auditor Anthony Nix. Thank you for showing up today. As your office is structured, you serve as our internal investigator, generally speaking. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And also, what is the practice if your office receives a whistleblower or other complaint?
Commissioner, just to back up a little bit, to give you a little bit of history.
Okay, thank you.
The whistleblower hotline is the responsibility of the audit committee. That legislation indicated that the whistleblower hotline was to be put in place. We have a third-party vendor who receives that information for us. That vendor operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The line is offered in 5 different languages. And once the information is received, it is sent to my office and received by our investigative analyst and myself, and one other backup employee. We review the data within 24 hours and decide what is the best course of action for us to take to address the issue.
Thank you. Mr. Nix, how many complaints has your office received in the past, say the past 2 years?
If I may go back to the beginning, we received 235 complaints.
Okay.
Of which 222 have been closed. The remainder are currently open and are being investigated.
Okay. You pretty much have given me an answer. Well, you've shared with us the procedure, pretty much, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so has there been any complaints lodged against any department managers?
Commissioner, if I may.
Okay.
The whistleblower hotline is designed for us to receive data anonymously. And allows us to investigate potential issues that may or may not be true. So the answer to your question is we have received a wide range of complaints. And we have investigated them all. I cannot speak specifically
To the
about-
specificity?
Yes.
Specificity, okay. So let me ask you a different question. If a complaint is lodged against a department manager or a county officer, an elected official, is an investigation process treated the same no matter who a complaint is lodged against or who makes the complaint?
Our process for reviewing the complaints are the same, although I think that it is important that you know, or that the public know, that right now, our whistleblower hotline is an internal function. We receive complaints sometimes from outside of Fulton County. We investigate those if they are egregious enough. However, our line right now is based on Fulton County employees reporting fraud, waste, and abuse. To that end, and we're talking about how things are investigated, I do have the benefit of addressing issues with members of the audit committee who can provide me with direction on how they might think things need to be approached. I also coordinate with the county manager's office, with legal, with human resources to ensure that our investigations are done completely and fairly.
So, because we do have a whistleblower policy, and someone, for instance, could make a complaint against me, or they can make a complaint against an employee, or they can make a complaint, I'm sorry about that. They can make a complaint against another employee if it's in the realms of what you have said. It's not treated any differently.
No, Commissioner. However, please keep in mind,
Okay.
my job is to investigate fraud, waste, and abuse.
Okay.
When items go outside of that spectrum, I am probably going to send that over to another department, such as legal or such as HR, to deal with those.
Okay. And my final question to you is this. If someone is not a resident of Fulton County and they think this is the subject matter may be a whistleblower or not, and it comes to you, is it your duty to investigate it? Is it, let's say if it meets the criteria of what you just explained, would it have any bearing on them not being a resident of Fulton County?
No, again, let me be clear that while the hotline is centered on Fulton County and its employees, we do receive complaints from outside of this building, and all of the complaints are reviewed. Again, if it reaches the spectrum of fraud, waste, and abuse, we certainly take a look to make sure that there is nothing there that we need to investigate further.
Okay, thank you. I did have a few more questions for Mr. Herman. We do have a whistleblower policy, correct?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes, that's the same policy.
The same policy,
Yes.
okay. And just for our listening audience, I know he has spoken to it, but if you could just put it in layman's term, what the purpose of our whistleblower policy in an organization such as ours, what's the purpose of it?
You said in layman's terms?
Yes, please.
I would say, Commissioner, in layman's term, is to create an avenue for, in my world, an employee to provide insight to leadership on a concern that they might have within their respective department or some procedure that may not be followed anonymously.
And we do have an actual policy on the books in layman's term. That's what I'm asking. Do we have a policy on the books?
Yes.
We do?
Yes.
Okay. And my final question to either one of you, because like you said, it may be areas that may need to go to HR. I'm willing to get an answer from either one of you or one of you. What do we do to make sure the person remains anonymous and there is no backlash or any retribution for someone that may come forward?
Let me take that one. Okay, thank you. Our whistleblower hotline, the reason we chose the company who receives this information is because they are a leader in the industry. They take extreme caution to provide us with the information directly as it is received, to make the callers or reporters feel comfortable, and make sure that they understand that there is not a need for them to reveal their identity. Each of the reporters are given a password so that they can re-enter the system in case we have a question that we need to ask them or ask them for additional information. When the information comes to my office, while we may send information over to departments to have them investigated at the highest level, by the way, and if it is a director, then we move it to the deputy county manager's level. When that information is sent out, there is no indication of who may have reported it or anything of that nature. We also make sure that everyone understands that if in fact a reporter does come forward and give their name, that retaliation is strictly prohibited, and if in fact we ever encounter that, because we have not, we would certainly take the necessary steps to mitigate that.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Next item.
22-0377, mental health disparities in Fulton County, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess Dr. Rochelle, because I don't see Latrina. Oh, she's here, okay. I'm sorry, Latrina, you were hiding over there in the corner, Ms. Faust. I apologize for that. Just had a few questions I wanted to ask you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Ms. Foster, just have a couple of questions I want to ask you. The Mental Health Awareness month, by the way, is this month. How is that going in terms of our promotion and advocacy of the observance? I guess in layman's term, at the county level, what are we doing to make sure we're letting the community know about mental health awareness?
Thank you for the question. Latrina Foster, Director of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. I would say that the month of May is a very significant month for Fulton County. As it relates to, we've launched several initiatives this month, i.e. our huge marketing campaign with our billboards, where we're trying to increase community awareness about what Fulton County has to offer as it relates to behavioral health services. In addition to that, we worked with External Affairs to launch like tips, Monday tips, and we're working with your office to do an event at the end of the month. So we've invited the community out to come and participate in that as well. So we've been doing various things to increase awareness around behavioral health within the community.
Thank you. I also want to ask you this question. It appears when America gets a cold, people of color, Black and brown people, catch the flu. Do we currently have a disparity problem in terms of mental health care in the county?
I would definitely recognize that there is a mental health disparity in Fulton County as well as within the state of Georgia.
Would you also opine on if you have seen an uptick in it since COVID, since the pandemic?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any idea, data, or any suggestion as to what parts of Fulton County suffered the most in terms of being victims of mental illness?
So currently our team is actually under a grant that we were awarded, the Health Literacy Grant. We are working with the the Board of Health on health literacy, identifying where are those pockets so that once those pockets are identified, we're able to triage a team, and that is why you all approved us acquiring a mobile unit, I think 2 BOC meetings ago, and we will utilize that mobile van to be able to go to those communities where it's been identified that there are healthcare disparities within those communities.
Are you seeing any hesitancy in one part of the county versus the other? What I mean in layman's terms, when you're talking about people of color, are we being more forthcoming in any services at the county level that you're letting the communities know? How are we addressing that if in fact that is an issue?
Well, I would say that individuals of color accessing behavioral health services is not a new issue. I mean, this is a generational issue where when you're suffering from a mental health disorder, i.e. mental health or a substance use disorder, it's something that you don't talk about within our Black communities, correct? And so we notice that that is a stigma, and so those are barriers that we're trying to knock down as we increase awareness within the community. I will say that COVID has made the discussion more real and has highlighted the fact that sometimes everyone needs help. So I think that is one great thing that came out of COVID, was that now everyone is talking about mental health and substance use disorders.
Thank you for that. What can we do as a board more? I know that what we're doing now, but just a suggestion from you, since you would be what I call a subject matter expert. What can we do as a board to address the disparity or eliminate or reduce the disparity in mental health care and coverage?
Wow, that is a heavy question. I would say that we just need to continue down the path that we're on, continue to stay committed to the department, ensuring that we're strengthening our partnerships within the community, because there is not one agency that can handle the issue of mental health and substance use disorders. We all have to work together. As I said before, it's like a village trying to heal our community.
Exactly, and a lot of times, a lot of the calls that I receive in my office, and I have to send people, to get the help that we have here, you all are accommodating. I just want to take this time to thank you and Jessica's team in External Affairs for the Mighty Six Mental Health Awareness Fair next weekend at the South Fulton Service Center. I appreciate all the hard work that you all have done with it. And hopefully this village concept that we have will make more people understand that there is help out there. Thank you.
Next item.
22-0378, ARPA funds distribution per resolutions and investment depository update, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. County Manager, this question I think would be best served by you, but if you would like to have someone else take it, that's fine. We received the first half last May of about $103 million. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Generally speaking, how much of that have we spent and how much remains unspent?
Hold just a second. I think Sharon is looking for the deck included in today's package. Or excuse me, the page included in today's deck.
Commissioner, we've expended out of our American Rescue Act funds 70.8 million of what has been received to date.
Okay, and I think you may have spoken to this earlier, but I don't want to misspeak. Have we received the second batch yet?
We have not, Commissioner. We have received the information from Treasury on applying for the second tranche payment, and we have completed that process as well and are currently awaiting receipt.
Okay. And so you said we've received 70. You said we've allocated 78, correct? 78 million.
We've expended 70.
We expended
yes,
78
ma'am.
million, and so that means we have a balance. Where does that balance sit until we allocate it?
We developed a plan that fully allocated the resources that we were designated to receive, with the exception of the 26 million that we show in our report as the reserve. So the monies that we've received, we've programmed them all, and we are in the process of executing against those programs. So the funds are all accounted for in our ARPA budget that we've established.
I don't want to put words in your mouth,
Yes,
so let me
ma'am.
just ask you this for the sake of our viewing audience. Allocation and spent can mean two different things. So what I'm asking you in layman's term of that money, how much have we physically spent?
70.8 million.
Okay. And so 70.8 million, is it a correct assumption? Just educate me as though I don't know the answer. What bank holds the remaining funds?
The majority of our funds are actually invested in a state of Georgia local government investment pool.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just want to clear up another matter. In the June regular meeting last year, the board adopted a resolution sponsored by the chairman, item 21-0382. And the Department of External Affairs issued a news release on the resolution that our intent was to allocate American Rescue dollars to help impacted small and Black and minority-owned businesses by the pandemic by investing in minority-owned banks so they could provide loans to pandemic-impacted small and minority-owned businesses. The amount was $10 million allocated. But what we have learned in news reports is that the rescue plan money was never given to small businesses. In fact, it was general fund taxpayer dollars given to 2 banks, and they just deposited the money. Then the public was told that this was an investment deposit by us. There's no evidence that the banks provided any relief with the taxpayers' money to any small, women, or minority and Black-owned businesses impacted by the pandemic. So I won't give an impression that's incorrect. If I can get the Madam Clerk, for the benefit of the listening public, could you please read the resolution 21-0382? We adopted just page 2, lines 1 through 6, and page 3, lines 1 through 7.
Okay, this resolution was provided by your office, and the highlighted portion, whereas the pandemic has severely impacted small minority-owned business, and whereas Fulton County is committed to fostering entrepreneurial endeavors within minority populations throughout Fulton County, and whereas Fulton County is also committed to encouraging diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then on page 3, therefore be it resolved, the Board of Commissioners hereby expresses its intent to support minority-owned businesses, including minority-owned banking institutions generally, and in its local recovery efforts. Be it further resolved, the Board of Commissioners hereby encourages the finance deposit to deposit a portion of the ARPA funds allocated to Fulton County with minority-owned financial institutions that meet the county's investment policy attached hereto as Attachment A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Mr. Chairman and the viewing audience, so we're clear. The goal was to support impacted small business, and apparently we did not do that. Because if we had used federal rescue dollars as we intended in our resolutions, the banks would have been legally bound to use it for small and minority businesses impacted by the pandemic. But since we use general fund money, we cannot require, nor can Treasury require what those 2 banks do with the taxpayers' money. We must be more accountable, and we must start following what we approve. Now, let me be clear about this statement that I'm making publicly. When we say we're going to do something, and we have a resolution that says we're going to do something, then we should do it. Because my office, and if anyone here, County Manager, Mr. Chairman, or anyone else has a different opinion or facts, my office has reached out, and we cannot, because it is not the intent of the resolution of the money that was put there, we cannot track that money. It was not Treasury money, it was not ARPA money. And so my issue is that we did not go by the intent, for one, and 2, when we decided, or not we, because I didn't decide it, when the decision was made to not use ARPA funds and to use general funds, that was not made aware to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. And I think we do a disservice to them when we do not, one, live up to the intentions of the resolution, for one, and two, when we use general fund dollars, and I go to the bank and ask them how many women, minority-owned businesses got this money, they cannot tell me. That is a disservice. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, this is probably a subject to me that kind of borders on ridiculous. When we have excess funds, we deposit them at some sort of depository institution, correct? Some sort of vehicle that allows for us to access them as we need them on a short-term basis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Historically, those have been at either state, kind of pools or large institutions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do local banks basically, how are they able to work and function in the community, right? One of the things, deposits matter to banks, right? Because it enables them to have excess funds that they're able to generally lend into the communities in which they operate in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with this resolution, I don't know, maybe somewhat of a distinction without a difference, but we had some excess funds that were created because we got a large amount of deposits that came through given this ARPA deposit. So we had funds, we got collective funds that we have to make a decision in terms of where they're going to go, right? Whether it's general fund money, whether it's stuff coming in through, held in reserve, whatever it is, right? So we have to make a decision where it's going to go, correct? Where those short-term funds are going to go. You have to make a decision, our finance folks do, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so this particular program was unique in that all of a sudden we did something different and we said, we're going to take a small portion of those funds. We're not going to give you that money, bank, for you to go out and use as you please. We're giving it to you in the form of a deposit, which enables you to better serve and gives you more capital kind of to serve your community. That's all it was. We didn't put any strings on them, like we don't put any strings on Wells Fargo or Bank of America. I mean, so this is just it was a unique thing that we did. It benefited those institutions, just like it benefited, Wells Fargo. But nobody's calling them up and saying, what in the heck are you doing with the money? Nobody's calling up the, whatever we got in the state pool, what are they doing with that money? These were institutions that we are operating within our communities that are serving lots of customers. They were qualified for our credit policies, correct? So the money's not at risk. We're going to get the money back as soon as, I guess these are in the form of CDs, right? So when it expires, we'll get the money back and we'll deploy it, kind of when we have the time, when we have the need to use it. So, this is just a bunch of nonsense trying to create a headline on something that doesn't even, anyway, it's not even worth kind of continuing this whole discussion.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. For the listening public, the resolution called for ARPA funds for loans to pandemic-impacted people. The point of my discussion today is the intent of the resolution was changed and not adhered to. That is the point of my discussion. And I think the citizens of Fulton County deserve accountability when the intent of the resolution was not done. I don't have a problem with money being put in banks. I don't have a problem when the chair and whoever made the decision not to use ARPA funds and decided to use general funds. My issue is there is not accountability for that. That is not the intent of the resolution. And when that discussion was made to change it, it should have been clearly disseminated to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County.
Mr. Ellis.
I'll make one other remark. The intent of this resolution was to support minority banks operating within Fulton County that qualified per our guidelines by providing them with deposits which allowed them to better serve the communities in which they operate. Period, end of story. That was done. It was a certain amount, I believe it was a certain amount of money that was called for specifically within the resolution. And those funds were allocated to those qualified entities, correct?
Commissioner Ellis, the copy of the resolution that I have does not specify the dollar amount to be invested. It simply directed the Finance Department to deposit ARPA funds and others into minority.
ARPA funds and others.
Into minority-owned financial
Into
institutions.
minority-owned financial institutions.
That meet the investment policy guidelines of Fulton County.
That's it. That's the intent of the resolution, just like you read it. So I'm not looking to go pick out, a verse from, Hezekiah 3:12 or something to try to parse words on this. This is pretty simple.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, if you would just indulge me, I don't think it's pretty simple to the minority businesses that had to close their doors and didn't get this funding. So I'm glad to see that some of us see humor in Black, minority, and women-owned businesses who closed doors because they could not get funding. There is nothing comical in that, first of all. Secondly, it's accountability. You can't ask for accountability sometimes, half the time, 1/4 of the time. Now, can anybody in the county manager's office, can anybody tell me how many women-owned, minority-owned businesses receive loans from that money that was put in the banks? I'll wait. Thank you.
Madam CFO, would you ask the two institutions that received the funds to give a report, penny for penny? I know every dime is safe, but in response to her question, a lot of times it's a lack of understanding of banking that leads to some of these questions, but just get a report for the record, please.
Yes,
Next
Mr.
item.
Chairman.
22-0379, status update on execution and implementation of board resolution to combat voter suppression in Fulton County.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Give me one moment. This question is for our county attorney. Resolution 222 adopted last year in April required some deliverables of the county attorney, county manager, our civil rights compliance officer, and the elections board. Where is the written report that was to be submitted to this board back in May last year? It was to, among other things, provide recommendations on any and all legal avenues to fight implementation of SB 202 and other voter suppression legislation. You know what, Chairman? I just looked up and saw the time, 4:24, and I know that you have an event at 5:30 in my district. I'm going to go on and hold this item because I know you and I have to both get to that event. And so, Madam County Attorney, I apologize. I just realized what time it is. I'm going to hold this item. Thank you.
Any other matters to come before us today, Madam Clerk?
No further items.
No further items to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.